County of Santa Barbara Planning Commission meeting of May 12th, 2010. Would you all please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Mrs. Rodriguez, the TV coverage announcement to be followed by roll call.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Planning Commission hearings are televised live on County Santa Barbara Television, CSB TV, Channel 20, at 9 a.m. in the South Coast, Lompoc, Santa Ynez Valley, Santa Maria, and Orchid areas. Rebroadcast of the Planning Commission hearings are on Fridays at 5 p.m. on CSB TV, Channel 20. And now for the roll call. Commissioner Brooks.
Here.
Commissioner Cooney.
Here.
Commissioner Valencia.
Here.
Commissioner Blau.
Here.
Commissioner Brown.
Here. And Ms. Black for the agenda status report.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the Commission. This morning we have a consent item on our agenda, 2 conceptual review items, and 2 standard agenda items, and we are ready to move forward on all of those items.
Great.
Moving to the projection
Please.
report. This will be our last hearing for May, and I will ask that the Commission make a motion to cancel the May 19th hearing. We just don't have business for the Commission that day. Our next scheduled meeting is on June 2nd. As you can see, that agenda is fairly full. We have about 6 hours on that hearing at this point in time. June 9th, we are also going to be canceling, and we can go ahead and take a motion on that hearing as well today. That is the budget hearing week with the Board of Supervisors, and so they'll be meeting on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday to take up the budget. We will continue to hold June 16th as a potential date to cancel. I'm not quite ready to recommend that the Commission cancel it today, but we'll watch that one. And then we previously had set a special hearing for June 30th in Santa Maria to take up some North County items, and that agenda is also quite full. It's more full than it will be when we get to the June 30th date. I'm wanting to make sure that we don't move items off of that hearing date until I'm certain that the permit items will be heard. So if necessary, we will be moving some hours off of the hearing date for the Los Alamos Community Plan. So don't be alarmed. We won't be here for 8.5 hours, I promise.
12.
We'll manage that. We do have July 14th scheduled for the Los Alamos Community Plan as well, so we can certainly shift the balance of time between those 2 days. I do believe we'll need the July 7th hearing, although nothing is projected for that date. At this moment, I'd ask the Commission to continue to hold that as a potential hearing date. And that's about as far as I think I need to go on the projection report.
Okay. Great. Thank you. Now is the time for public comment, and this is the period set aside to allow public testimony on items not on today's agenda, over which the Planning Commission has discretion. Do I have any public comment speakers, Commissioner Brooks? No, not at this time. All right, then we'll close that public comment period and move on to Planning Commissioner's informational reports. No reports. Then we'll move on to our minutes of April 7th. Ms. Black, do you have any comments concerning
Yes,
that before? Okay.
Madam Chair, you continued these minutes for a week to allow me to look at the ag ordinance amendment language. And I think the Commission questioned whether or not the 15,000 square foot addition also applied to non-agricultural development. The Commission actually included this provision at your hearing, and that's why it shows up in the minutes as an insert to the ordinance. Previously, the non-agricultural threshold was set at 15,000 square feet, and that's not a per building necessarily, it's total square footage. If they exceed 15,000 square feet of non-agricultural development on an agricultural property, then it would trigger a development plan. So it's handled in a separate section of the ordinance. So I think the minutes are correct. An issue came up about whether or not the Commission's intention was carried forward in the language that limits the number of or the size of subsequent buildings when a building of 15,000 square feet is proposed on a parcel. And I think we inadvertently created a hole in the way that the ordinance language is drafted. And so what I will do is I will recommend that the Board of Supervisors make a change to fill that hole consistent with what I think the commission intended. The way the ordinance is worded right now, if you have a building that's 15,000 square feet, then all subsequent buildings would have to be 10,000 square feet or less. What it doesn't address is what happens if somebody builds a building of 14,999 square feet or 14,500 square feet or, it just doesn't address the 10 to 15,000 square foot section. So I believe if we reword this section to indicate that if a building exceeds 10,000 square feet, up to 15,000 square feet, then any subsequent building would have to be 10,000 or less. So I'll make that correction at the board. I don't think it's appropriate to do in your minutes because I don't think we went into that level of detail, but that's my intention.
Okay. Great.
So I think we're ready.
Okay, for a motion to approve the minutes?
I so move.
Okay, and a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any further discussion? No further discussion, then all those in favor of approving the minutes, please respond by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much. We move on to Director's Report and Board of Supervisors Hearing Summary. Ms. Black, will you be giving that today?
Madam Chair, Dr. Russell was going to attend remotely, but it wasn't anything to report from the Board of Supervisors, and I don't think he had any other items to report to your commission that directly affect the business of the commission. One positive thing, the Long Range Planning Division has been working very diligently to obtain grants for various things that the department undertakes, and we just received word that we received a grant from Southern California Edison for climate action strategy work and for building code and innovative building review committee work. So that was a really positive
That's good.
news.
Yeah, that's good. Before we move on to the consent agenda item, what I'd like to do is have a motion to cancel our two meetings, the May 19th and June 16th.
June
June
9th.
9th, excuse me.
So moved.
Okay, and a second.
I'll second. Thank you.
Okay, great. Any discussion concerning that? If none, then all those in favor, please respond by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much. And we'll move on to our first item, our consent agenda item. Ms. Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The following is the hearing on the request of Ron Carlington, General Services Department Agent for the Fire Department, to consider case number 10 GOV2, application filed on March 31st, 2010, for determination as whether acquisition of the subject real property for the purposes of constructing a future expansion of existing fire station number 24 would be consistent with the comprehensive plan of the County of Santa Barbara pursuant to Government Code Section 65402.
Okay, does Commissioner Brooks wish to pull this off the agenda, or can we just go ahead and how would you like to proceed with this?
I'm ready to make a motion. I
Okay.
haven't gotten any information.
Can we?
Yeah, and we'll have to open it for public
Public
comment.
comment.
If we have any public comment on that before we make that motion? I don't think so. No, okay, thank you. Close the public hearing. Go ahead.
Okay, then I'm ready to make the motion that we determine that the proposed land acquisition for purposes of facilitating the future expansion of the existing fire station number 24 is deemed in conformity with comp plan and the Los Alamos Community Plan, and that we transmit the consistency report required by Government Code 65402A to the Board of Supervisors and to Ms. Trotter Cadena, and the letter reflecting the Planning Commission's actions shall constitute the required report.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? All right, then, all those in favor of that motion, please respond by saying aye.
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 Thank you. Motion's been carried. We'll move on to our first conceptual review item, and Ms. Black, you have.
Madam Chair, if we could just take a couple-minute break. We had a little glitch with the presentation.
Certainly, thank you. We'll
Thank
take
you.
a 5-minute break. Thank you. Commission takes this for review. I would like our counsel, Ms. Van Mullen, to tell us about conceptual review, just to remind commissioners what we do in conceptual review.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, the Planning Commission Procedures Manual lays out the way that a hearing is conducted for conceptual review. And I'll just read the section to you, and it'll make clear what the role of the commission is for a conceptual review project. The hearing may be less formal in manner and discussion than a decision-making hearing. The hearing shall include a staff presentation of general issues, an applicant presentation of the project, public comment, and individual commissioner comments. No commission consensus shall be developed, nor any vote taken on any aspect of the project.
Great. Okay. With that, then I'd like Ms. Rodriguez, if she'd please read the item into the record.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The following is the request by Richard Foster, agent for the Roblar Winery, for conceptual review by the County Planning Commission of a pre-application case number 10 PRE 2, application filed on January 15th, 2010.
Great, thank you. And ex parte and site visit disclosure? Commissioner Brooks.
Yes, I drove by the site on Monday.
Okay.
And I drove by Sunday.
Commissioner Blau?
Yesterday.
Yesterday. Commissioner Cooney? This morning. Okay, well, I was there Sunday, and I didn't drive by. I stopped in to take a look. So, with that, Ms. Trotter-Catania, if you would, please.
Chair Brown, members of the commission, the project before you is generally for information on determination of staff's response to a zoning violation that occurred with regards to a lunch service from 11 to 3 Monday through Friday, Saturday 11 to 4, and brunch on Sunday. A couple of the questions, you can go to the next slide for me, John. As you can see here, this is kind of lays out where Roblar Winery is in conjunction with Los Olivos and Ballard, just to give you a general idea of the location. Next slide, please. Next slide, go ahead. This is Roblar Winery as it stands today. The building, if you go to the next slide for me, John. Yeah, next. Next. This lays out the winery building, which is approximately 7,000 square feet. It includes a main tasting room, a group tasting room, a members lounge on the second floor, restrooms and office facilities, as well as a commercial kitchen that was originally approved. Along with that is the production building next, of about 4,800 square feet next. And then there is a garden shed that was approved through substantial conformity of about 400 square feet. Within the winery building itself, that's where the lunch services took place. As of Monday, the lunch and brunch are no longer in service. The cooking school that was also part of the violation is no longer in service as well. The applicant is looking for direction from the commission to, first of all, look at some type of food service in conjunction with the tasting rooms, a clubhouse possibly, which would allow for a restaurant in conjunction with the winery, and then that would require some type of membership. In addition to that, they are looking to change, the project was originally approved in roughly 2000, July of 2000, by the Board on Appeal. At that time, the project was allowed 2 events with up to 100 people. At that time, the ordinance for wineries was not in effect, and that went in effect in roughly 2004. The project today would, if it were to come in, would have the potential to allow for 12 events. Still no food service, but it's the events that they're looking for, the food service in conjunction with the wine tasting. Could you go to the next slide, please? Next. This is a view from Highway 154, just gives you some general locations. You can see the winery in the background. If we could maybe dim the lights. You could see them a little bit better. But the winery is in the background of this. And some of the issues, as you can go to the next slide for me too. Some of the issues that were raised, next slide, as part of the appeal on this project, as you can see, were traffic, noise, wastewater, and a visual on this project. But again, it was approved by the board on July 25th, 2000, limiting to 2 special events. Will Robertson from Traffic is available here for us to discuss any issues that may arise with regards to that. And that pretty much concludes staff's presentation. I do have an overall map to show you of the project. Next slide. And this just kind of gives you an overall view of the wineries in the general location. I did not include any wineries within the Fox and Canyon Road area, but this just lays it out. As you can see, there are 2 wineries that are currently in process, have not gone to hearing yet. That would be Vincent Winery, which is kitty corner from Roblar, and TT Winery, which is down the road from Roblar as well. But the rest are all approved wineries to date. And that would conclude staff's presentation on this.
Thank you. Any questions by the commission? No? Oh, I have a question. If you would back up to the slide that shows one, I think one more. There. Now, the nearest residence is where? Can you,
The nearest residence would be approximately south of the little sign where it says Roblar Winery,
Right.
just south of that.
do you have, can you just,
So it'd be,
is that it? Or is that one across the street?
where there's a residence here, there's a residence here, there's a residence here as well. And then, of course, you have cross Highway 154 and in this general vicinity as well.
Is there any, in any restrictions in the Land Use and Development Code that talks about if a winery has outside events that has to be a certain distance from the nearest residence or anything like that?
Commissioner Brown, let me check that on the
Okay.
ordinance.
How many, 200?
Madam Chair, attached to your staff report
Right.
is the winery ordinance, and if you look at attachment B, if you look at the second page of that attachment, it talks about setbacks. And it indicates structures and outdoor use areas associated with a winery shall provide a minimum setback of 100 feet from adjacent lots. It should be increased to 200 feet if the winery includes public tours, public wine tasting, retail sales, or
Okay.
special events.
Okay.
And then structures and outdoor areas associated with a winery shall provide a minimum setback of 200 feet
Okay.
from an existing residence on an adjacent lot.
Okay.
It's right there.
And a roadway is,
that's right.
And 400 feet if the winery includes public tours, public wine tasting,
Okay.
et cetera.
okay. Okay, is there an applicant presentation? Oh, I'm
I
sorry, Commissioner Brooks.
Yes, I did have a question. What is the total acreage? I was looking back at the reports from, I guess it was 2000. 18 acres?
Chair Brown, Commissioner Brooks, the total acreage of this winery is 40 acres. It is comprised of 2 parcels.
Okay,
The winery is
Total?
located on a parcel approximately 18
18.
acres, and the other one is about 20.
okay, so
So
40
it's- Yeah,
would be
roughly
total.
40.
Okay, an applicant presentation? There. Good morning and welcome.
Good morning, thank you. Go to the next slide. My name is Richard Foster. I'm the general manager and winemaker, and I have with me today Richard Monk as counsel. So the next slide, just an overview of really what we're seeking. And really, I understand that we're here for a conceptual review, so we're really here to seek clarification. We're not here to make demands or anything like that. I want that to be really understood. So we're seeking modification and clarification on how we might increase the number and size of special events. As you know, we're limited, the DP limits us to 2 up to 100 people. And we're also here to seek modification and clarification of our outside music restrictions. Right now, we're not allowed to have any outside music. And even if we have a guitar player outside or something like that. So we're not asking to do a concert series or anything like that. We're asking for, in reasonable set areas where it doesn't affect the neighbors, can we just have some outside guitar music or ambient music? Modification and clarification on hours of operation, clarification on food sales as an accessory to wine sales, and clarification on our cooking demonstrations. So the first point, the number and size of special events. The LUDC definition of a special event is an event of less than 1 day occurring on a winery premises attended by 80 or more people. And I won't go through and read the rest of it, but it basically, the LUDC outlines a definition of what a special event is. You can go to the next slide. And the reason I point that out is because there seems to be some confusion with the planning department as to whether that definition applies to us or not. The DP limits the number of events that we can have, but it doesn't define what a special event is. So we've been looking to that definition as to what a special event is. For example, if we have an employee gathering after hours to celebrate a good day of sales, is that a special event? You know, according to that definition, that would not qualify as a special event. So we're just seeking clarification. Does that apply to us? If not, what is the definition of a special event for us? And then, is it possible, and again, I'm bringing this as a question, is it possible that the restrictions can be updated to the current uniform standards, the 3-tier winery standards, without going through the cost prohibitive process? It's very costly to go through a whole nother application, which requires a new set of plans, as I understand, quite a bit of work and quite a bit of money just for what, you know, could we seek this administratively? That's what I'm asking. And then point of clarification number 2, back to the definition of an event. Are we entitled to that definition of a special event in which fewer than 80 people would be exempt from being qualified as a special event? You can go to the next slide. And that's it on special events. On hours of operation, our DP only allowed us to be open for 5 days a week for the first 4 years. And we're in our 4th year, and that's, you know, financially prohibitive to be closed for 2 days a week. And also it means laying off employees if we're to really strictly enforce that. And we're not asking for increased hours, we're just asking for those 2 days. That restriction in the DP only lasts for 4 years. We're into our 4th year, so we're just seeking an administrative decision that we can just be open for 7 days. And again, I'm not asking for an increase in the length of hours. Next slide. Outdoor music, again, DP restricts any outdoor amplified music. And I'm just wondering if there's a way that we can allow for some low-key music in areas, for example, between the production building and the actual tasting room. The music is screened from the neighbors. And I believe the LUDC allows wineries to have outdoor music, as long as it's not up to 65 decibels at the edge of the premises of the winery. And to me, that sounds reasonable. We're not, again, looking to do a concert series or anything like that. So is there an administrative way that we could get sound experts out there to protect our neighbors? Because we really don't want to affect our neighbors with the sound. We just want sound contained within the winery area. So on to the next slide. This is an area that I'm very passionate about. It's an area I understand of great controversy, but it's food service as an accessory to wine sales. And let me go through the history of what happened at Roblar and why we're doing food. When we first built the place, we got a substantial compliance finding that a large commercial kitchen was allowed, and we invested substantial money in that. Along with that process, we had to submit a menu to EHS, and they approved the kitchen use for the menu. They approved the dining areas, and we pay a fee to EHS for those areas for dining. We're in our 4th year of operation, and this didn't really become an issue until, a big issue until last year. We did have a few complaints in previous years, and I went before the planning department in several meetings, and everybody that I talked to had a different definition of what was allowable for food. And at the end of the day, they all agreed that there were no set policies on food in wineries, and it's a big gray area. And until the policies get formed, I was given the advice to just keep doing what you're doing until those policies get refined. Last year about this time, we got a notice of violation, and I was a bit confused by this because what I had been told is to continue going as we were. So up to this point, we invested a lot of money in our brand based on the inseparable nature of food and wine. And Roblar is all about pairing food and wine. Food as an agricultural product paired with our wine as an agricultural product, and the nexus between both of them. So what I'd like to, that's a brief history. And what I'd like to do is go through, establish that food in wineries across the state is a common practice. There are no clear guidelines currently in Santa Barbara County. The LUDC does have a test that allows for food, and modifications that we're proposing for the Roblar food program to eliminate any ambiguity, eliminate any doubt that we are a restaurant. Go to the next slide. You can go to the next slide. I already went over this. Food in wineries is a common thing. Jay Winery in Sonoma County. And Sonoma County is, for those of you that have been there, they've done a great job in protecting their agricultural nature. So, it's not like Napa. It's, you go there and you feel like you're on a farm. And Jay Winery in Sonoma, executive chef on staff, food prepared on site, food and wine pairings daily. And I'll note that in all of these examples, food is paired with wine, and it's sold as a package with the wine. So it's not a sit-down order off the menu. It's more of a food and wine tasting. Chalk Hill, same thing, executive on staff, food prepared on site, sit-down food and wine pairings include hot food and served with wine. Next slide. Domaine Carneros, Mayo Family Winery, same things, food paired with wine. You can go to the next slide. I'd also like to comment on San Luis Obispo County, our county right to the north. They had this issue come up, and they have clarified it in their ordinances, and they do allow for, and I'll quote from theirs, a limited food service facility may be established in the agricultural land use category where there is an existing conforming visitor service use, like a winery. and where the use is clearly incidental and related to and subordinate in the nature of the primary operation of the winery. So San Luis Obispo is allowing this as well. In Santa Barbara County, like I said, there's no agreement. It's just ambiguous, and as to the rules of food and winery. Go to the next slide. My good friend John here quoted in the Santa Ynez Valley Journal, August 6, 2009, said that food service at winery is a gray area, and planning staff is working with the wineries to define what is ancillary or accessory. And I'd like to say that I'm willing to work with the planning department, but not to be slapped with notice of violation, notice of violation. I mean, in the spirit of just working with us, let's come up with some policies that make sense. Next slide. In the same article, Doug Anthony, the zoning administrator, deputy director, said the way that the zoning code is written requires a case-by-case study to determine compliance. Site-specific circumstances can be allowed. Next slide. The LUDC defines a winery tasting room as a room or rooms open to the general public, primarily used for the retail marketing of winery products. And then down further, and other products that reflect or enhance the character or theme of a winery. You can go to the next slide. What we're maintaining is that food passes that LUDC test, because is food a product? Yes. In fact, it's an agricultural product. In the context of Roblar, does food supplant the marketing and sales of wine as our primary activity? And not even close, and I can't even think of a standard that you could come up with that would show that it supplants the sales and marketing of wine at Roblar. Not in terms of financial, square footage usage, number of employees, any standard. Is there a nexus of food and the marketing of wine at Roblar? Yes. Food customers purchase 25% more wine than non-food customers, and food customers are more likely to join the wine club. And then the next point, food does definitely enhance and reflect the character of the winery. Our whole brand is established on the inseparable nature of food and wine as agricultural products. Next slide. So what we've done, excuse me. What we've done, what we're proposing that we do in the spirit of cooperation and to draw a clear and distinct line between a restaurant and food service at Roblar. Basically what we're doing away with the menu. And we don't even want to be confused as a restaurant, because I understand that a restaurant is not allowed use on ag property. And we probably did go too far with our a la carte menu and our Sunday brunch in its form. So what we're trying to do is modify it to come clearly in line with the terms of the LUDC. So eliminating the menus, no more a la carte food items. Daily we'll have 2 or 3 levels of pre-fee wine and seasonal food pairings. On Sundays, no more buffet, but an interactive wine and food pairing experience. And the next slide, I'll show examples of what I'm talking about. Our modified daily wine tasting options will move to regular tasting, $12, which is standard in all wineries. I don't mean the price, but I mean the regular tasting. Sit-down wine and food pairings, including, and as you can see here, they're bundled with the wines. 5 wines, each paired with artisan cheese and charcuterie. 5 wines, each paired with a perfect seafood companion. So on a daily basis, based on what products are fresh, local, and pair well with our wines, we'll do 2 or 3 of the wine and food pairings on a very limited basis. They will be sit down, but there's no menu to order off of. It's just another tasting option. What we're proposing on Sundays on the next slide, the same thing, we'll do the regular tastings and interactive wine and food pairing stations. It's the same idea except they go up to different, they'll pay for one fee for the interactive tasting, and they'll go to a station that's paired with Sauv Blanc and a small bite of something, a small bite of frittata. And then they go back to their table with that taste, not a glass, a taste, and see how that pairs together, go to the next station to get their next. It's a progressive food and wine tasting. Okay, next slide. So what we're requesting here is that a finding that that the food program as modified is ancillary to the sales and marketing of wine and in compliance with the LUDC. And then request number 2, if a determination cannot be made today, and I understand that a determination will not be made today, this is just a conceptual hearing, so that's understood. A determination, I should say, determination by staff. That an indefinite extension of the notice of violation issued on February 19th be granted until such a determination is made. And I'll just underscore what's at stake here for us. We've got, again, we were permitted with the commercial kitchen. We were told what we were doing is okay. We hired staff for that. We've got 10 staff people whose jobs are on the line. So if the answer right now is just cut this off completely, I'm faced with going back and laying off 10 staff members. And what I'd like to come up is with a solution where we can continue going on a modified basis until the food rules are clarified within the county. And at this point, I'd like to ask council to come up and finish the presentation.
Good morning, Mr. Monk.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the commission. Pleasure to be up here today and enjoy that beautiful drive up the coast. As staff has told you, and also Mr. Foster has explained, the food service has ceased at the present time. And I think as he's adequately demonstrated, the food service protocol that's being proposed will be dramatically different than what has gone on for the last 4 years in terms of menu and a la carte service. So it's now going to be a modified food and wine pairing similar to what's going on up in Sonoma County and what's allowed in San Luis County. And we would submit that this is ancillary to the sale and marketing of wine and reflects and enhances the character or theme of the winery consistent with section 35.42.280 of your Land Use and Development Code. It'll no longer be food service on a multiple choice menu, rather it'll be offered on a fixed price basis with food and wine pairing, with the wines being selected by the winemaker and the food selected by the executive chef. And it is very similar to what we found is allowed in San Luis Obispo County, which, as you know, is very parallel to our county in terms of environmental protection and attitudes. And there, wineries are allowed to prepare, sell, and serve on-site in their wineries and tasting rooms to customers food that's prepared on-site, combined with wine pairing, and also in conjunction with events and with winemaker dinners and things of that sort. So as Richard Foster explained, we're requesting, not today, but that staff be urged to make a determination that the proposed food protocol is in fact ancillary and to the sale and marketing of wine and does reflect and enhance the character or theme of the wine. And while we're awaiting that determination, and hopefully it does come, that the notice of violation be continued indefinitely so that this can be processed and so that Richard could start up this modified food program and not have to lay off the 10 employees whose jobs are on the line. If ultimately the county is unable to make that determination, then it would be our intention to apply for a conditional use permit for a country club, as that use is defined in the Land Use and Development Code, combined with a bocce ball club, which would have food service, and the food service would be along the theme that we've just described. and it would be then limited to the members of the country club, who I would imagine would be the current members of the wine club and additional members who would want to join. And we would welcome your opinions and advice as to what the likelihood of obtaining a CUP in the event that's necessary. And if the indefinite extension of the notice of violation is not granted by staff, I would imagine the application for the country club and bocce ball club would be accelerated and would happen much faster than what we anticipate. So that's about it, and we would be very interested in hearing your comments.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Mr. Monk? Okay, thank you. I have a question of staff. Mr. Foster indicated that a commercial kitchen had been permitted, and would you just provide some clarity on that issue for me?
Chair Brown, the original project that was approved on appeal at the board did include a commercial kitchen. And then there were some substantial conformities that followed the approval of this. They did an addition back in August of '06, and that extended the kitchen by about 520 square feet. And I was in the building yesterday. It is a full-service kitchen as far as commercial goes. The other substantial conformity that occurred in '08, which was approved by staff, was for the separate building, which would have been a clubhouse barrel storage with a kitchen as well. That permit, although the land use permit was issued, the building permit has not been issued, and that was due to the fact that the plans approved under the substantial conformity for the kitchen had changed. Staff does not have any information as to why the commercial kitchen was part of the original approval, though.
Okay. Before I go to public comment, Ms. Black, if I could just ask you, because I think the applicant is asking us questions that we're really not prepared or posed to answer, and I just want to make sure before we proceed that it's very clear what our purpose is here today.
Madam Chair and members of the commission, thank you for that opportunity. First of all, as your commission is aware, you really don't have any jurisdiction on notices of violation or notices of determination of fine. That's within the purview of the department, and we'll need to address those issues as appropriate. What we're really here to discuss today is the concepts that the applicant has brought forward with regard to special events, outside music, hours of operation, food sales, and cooking classes. And I think individual comments from the commission about the appropriateness or not of those items would be appropriate today. I think it is important for me to tell you that I don't believe most, if any, of these requests can be accomplished without a permit revision. And the applicant did start out their presentation by saying they don't want to have to revise their permit. Well, I don't think there's any way to administratively increase the number or size of special events to allow outdoor music, because it's just contrary to the permit that was approved on appeal by the Board of Supervisors. So in that context, I think comments about the appropriateness of those changes in use would be helpful from the commission.
Commissioner Brooks. Oh, I'm sorry. Commissioner Cooney.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Talking about the original permit, and I realize that at some point we will be dealing with modifications to the permit, and that some comments with regard to current operations may be appropriate. But as I look at the original permit, on the first page of the conditions, there is a reference to food service, and I would regard that as being instructive here. The applicant is telling us it's very vague in the ordinances, but in their own permit, it says, in no case would more than one special event occur in a given month. Catering services prepared off-site would provide food. Now, to me, that's talking about off-site preparation of food, not on-site preparation of food. And I'm not sure how we got from this restriction to a full-service kitchen on-site, but that might be instructive for purposes of the review of this permit. I can see the applicant's current application and permit do not authorize what they're doing now, and so really in the structure of a review or revision of that permit, all kinds of things can be changed. Hours, what the food service situation is and so forth. But what we've allowed to happen up until recently apparently is completely outside the scope of the permit. And we really don't get to the ordinance and what it does and doesn't allow with regard to wineries in general.
Commissioner Blau.
Well, I'm curious, on the procedure going forward, I heard the applicant talk about either applying for a new DP or just simply modifying the existing one, and it would seem to me that the procedure for modifying the existing one is not nearly as expensive or as difficult to do in reference to having a new DP be filed. Can you help me with that a little bit? And also, I'm curious how we approve a full-service kitchen and yet not allow them to use food service on site. Something doesn't make sense there to me.
Madam Chair and Commissioner Blau, with respect to whether they applied for a revised DP or a brand-new development plan, I think the process is going to be pretty similar, depending on the scope of use that they apply for. So we have a lot of information about this site. We've done a lot of work on this site, so there certainly wouldn't be starting from scratch in either event. With respect to the original project description, which includes a commercial kitchen, I can't really answer that. I mean, it just seems pretty inconsistent within the condition itself.
Yeah, it does to me too. And also, did I understand it correctly that the county has made some changes to the code since this original project was approved? So it's kind of like when we made the other changes to the code, well, I don't think that we thought about or necessarily thought through all the existing projects that had been approved with various restrictions. So it's kind of like, I'm feeling like the applicant sort of caught, we made some changes to the code, but we didn't address the issue of the projects that have been approved prior to that and how this code might affect them. I'm saying I'm seeing a little problem here, yeah.
Madam Chair and Commissioner Blau, I think the reason that we looked to develop the winery ordinances and the tiering system was because we were seeing so many wineries being proposed, particularly in the Santa Ynez Valley. And so we tried to come up with a permit path and some levels of use that would be approvable at certain decision-making levels. The Roblar Winery is kind of an interesting case because even their original proposal did not include the level of special events that are considered, not always approved, but considered for a Tier 4 winery. And that permit went all the way to the Board of Supervisors with a request for 6 special events, and the board only approved 2 with 100 people there. So would their decision have been different after the winery ordinance? I don't know. Your commission always has the discretion to approve less with appropriate findings. So it's hard for me to say how that interaction would occur.
Let me just, for a moment, ask about a commercial kitchen. Installing one doesn't necessarily mean that can't be used for one of your special events, for a wedding or something. I mean, that doesn't preclude that, does it? I mean, what are the standards for commercial kitchens? Is it because the way the original request was submitted and the original project description that would limit the kind of kitchen you could have installed? Is that how that would work?
Madam Chair? Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, thank you.
Mr. Karamitsos.
Thank you. I think that's an excellent question, and I think it's real important at the outset to discuss the distinction between the environmental health services requirements and our planning and development review, the zoning review. And although it says commercial kitchen in our project description, that has a very precise technical term for the permitting and environmental health services. what Environmental Health Services permits as a commercial kitchen doesn't supersede or override any of the limitations of use that are provided through zoning. So there is an internal to the county process disconnect there, if you will. And I've seen it in a number of my interactions where someone says, well, wait a minute, I've got a permit for a commercial kitchen. A reasonable person can just assume that means they can do commercial activity there. They can't. They're subject to the Land Use Development Code for that. And so I think that's a very important distinction.
I appreciate that explanation, but I guess my question really was, if I had a facility like this, I could put any kind of kitchen, I could put any kind of equipment in that kitchen that I wanted. I could put in an 8-burner stove and what other kinds of things that would facilitate. If I were going to require that I have this kind of service, whether it just be for my own personal use or for one of my events. I mean, I could do that, could I not, even with this?
Madam Chair, that's correct. You could do that in your own home.
I could
But
do it
that would
in my
not
own
allow
home.
you to have a commercial enterprise in your own home.
Exactly, okay, that's the point I was trying to make. Okay, any other question by commissioners? Commissioner Brooks?
I'm just wondering, we have had other projects before us where we've discussed a catering kitchen. And I believe some of the other wineries, have what they call a catering kitchen versus a commercial kitchen. Are we looking at semantics here as far as, when you have if you're not, it's not in a commercial zone, so you can't have a commercial kitchen. So was that term used when, I'm looking at the conditions of approval, back in the same document that Commissioner Cooney had looked at. Catering services prepared off-site would provide the food. It sounds as if that indicated there would be no food preparation, according to this document from 98 or 2000.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Brooks, that's, again, you've noted a disconnect in this project description. My personal belief on this is that what the staff is grappling with is determining what is accessory to the winery. But you can have a kitchen, it can be a very simple thing, and there's a lot of semantics involved, but it doesn't say that the kitchen can't actually be used for anything. And so if it said that, if it was just there to represent what a kitchen would be like in a Tuscan villa or something, then it would be clear you can't use that. But I don't think anyone ever presumed that they could install a commercial kitchen and not actually use the appliances that are in it.
Commissioner Cooney?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the commission, the other commissioners share my concern that we don't want to engage in a general discussion of what's right and wrong in terms of what a winery can do today, because that could be very broad sweeping and, of course, precedent setting with regard to the many other wineries. We saw a significant number within stone's throw of Roblar Winery. But I would like to know if planning staff, Ms. Black, has looked at the situation of existing permit holders and what the effect of the winery ordinance was on them when it came into effect. In other words, if I have a winery operating pursuant to a conditional use permit or a development plan, and now there are certain provisions in the new winery ordinance that would be beneficial to me, do I come to planning and say, I want to modify my original permit, or do I say I'd like to be permitted as a Tier 3 or Tier 4 winery and then go through the process for that?
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Cooney, I think it's the latter. So these regulations permit a process for wineries that were permitted prior to the regulations being in effect. They don't automatically allow certain changes in the level of use at wineries that were permitted prior to the winery ordinance. They are all discretionary permits, when special events and public wine tasting is involved, and so that requires the exercise of discretion and appropriate conditioning and consideration of the uses. So it's not an automatic.
Chair Brown, just to add to that, there are a number of wineries that were approved prior to adoption of the ordinance, and there's some variability in conditions that were placed on those. I'd like to read one just to give you an example of how this was handled in some cases prior to adoption. For this particular winery, it was the winery's public event schedule consisting of 12 events per calendar year, not to exceed 200 people, and no more than 3 in a 90-day period, and 12 other small events that do not exceed 50 people and are held no more than 3 times in any month, and this is the important part, will remain in effect until winery special event guidelines are adopted by the Board of Supervisors. At the time the new guidelines go into effect, the winery shall adhere to the number of events and the size and frequency of events based on the determining characteristics of the winery operation as outlined in the adopted guidelines. So that's one that was very precise. There are other examples that were a little looser, but they gave some recognition of a changing regulatory framework.
Thank you. Commissioner Blau.
Yeah, I guess I'm ready to comment on the conceptual review.
No, we need to do public comment first.
Oh,
So if there are no more, Commissioner Cooney?
I just wanted to pursue the concept here. A number of the applicants' requests for information pertain to provisions of the winery ordinance, such as the definition of special events. But what happens is that it doesn't apply to their winery operation until and unless they are permitted under that winery ordinance. Is that the interpretation I'm hearing from staff, and maybe council has to be involved in that? Shall I restate? Okay. We were handed the provisions of the winery ordinance, and it says the following terms are defined for purposes of section 3542-280 wineries, okay? So all of these definitions apply to the winery ordinance, including the provision for the definition of a winery special event. The applicant has basically stated among the requests today that they would like to know if the exemption for 80 or fewer in the definition of special event could apply to them, so they could have 79 people and it wouldn't be considered a special event under their definition. And what I hear staff saying is this definition is irrelevant to their permit because this only applies to wineries permitted under the winery ordinance.
Madam Chair and Commissioner Cooney, I think that's true.
Okay. Commissioner Valencia.
Thank you. I had a lot to say about this, but Commissioner Cooney has brought it all out before me, and I appreciate that. But it seems to me that some wineries are more equal than others now. You know, some of the wineries in the last 4 years that we've approved have 12 events, 200 or 300 people, all kinds of concessions for them. And yet, here's a winery that was approved several years ago, and they're still stuck with 2 events. It seems that through some minor review or revision program in the county, since we updated the LUDC, that we should grant these people an opportunity to come under a minor review process rather than coming for a completely new development plan process to upgrade from 2 to 12, the music that is allowed. I remember we were very strict. We didn't allow music in the beginnings, and then we were at 45 dB, and then finally went up to 65 dB. I recall when this winery came up for review, it was very contentious because there was, I think there were 7 acres that were going to be put in and grapes, and they were concerned about the 50 trucks that are going to be trucked in from elsewhere, and they said, we don't want this to be a trucking problem. The road will not handle all that traffic and all that. Well, the road has changed. They aren't trucking all those trucks in there, I don't think. There's a new shoulder put on Roblar on both sides of the street now to help. And I went out there on Sunday. there wasn't any traffic. I was the only car on, that doesn't mean that there isn't traffic on there, but when I go on my site visits, I'm usually the only car on that baseline, or once in a while you see another vehicle, so there isn't heavy traffic. And it seems to me that the 3 items, going from 2 to 12, the hours of operation, and the amplified music, should be not automatic, but something that should be through a minor review, rather than the other things which are more extensive changes to the development plans that they have now. It's just a comment.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, Commissioner Blau, last question, then we'll go public comment.
I just, Commissioner Cooney's comments, I mean, what's the definition of a special event for this particular development plan? I mean, we have it clearly defined for after 2004, but what was it in 2000 when this one was, I mean, therein lies the problem. What is a special event for these people? You're saying it's not 80 or more because it may not apply to them. 200 is there?
It's, no, Madam Chair and Commissioner Blau, it's defined as up to 100 guests.
Up to 100.
Up to 100 guests.
So is that one guest?
Up to 100 guests.
Okay. So, yeah, this causes me problems.
Okay, all right, thank you. Let me go to my first public speaker, and that's Mr. Massey down in Santa Barbara. Oops, there he is.
Madam Chairman and members of the commission, the name is Macy, by the way.
Macy,
Brian
I'm sorry, thank you.
That's all right. I am a immediate neighbor of the winery just to the south, as you saw in some of the earlier pictures. I also would note that I was heavily involved in the appeal through the Board of Supervisors 10 years ago, and I'd like to point out a couple things relative to the current proposal. One, nothing's changed relative to the basis for the decision that was made 10 years ago that I believe warrants some of these requests that I see in the preliminary hearing today. Furthermore, particularly in terms of the special events, one thing that the commission did not acknowledge was one of the reasons the decision 10 years ago was limited to 2 special events was that this winery exists in the inner rural neighborhood, which was acknowledged as distinctly different than where other wineries may be housed or established. So I wanted to make sure that was part of the discussion. The inner rural neighborhood is different. Lastly, with respect to the special events, you know, as Rich Foster had indicated, a single guitarist behind their wine storage area is really not an issue. But as I read the actual verbiage of the application, there is no such caveats in that verbiage. So as a neighbor, I have no interest in approval of 12 events, which for me, who I spend my weekends there, I enjoy it, I love the ambiance, that's 25% of my weekends. Now, I don't impose a random playlist on my neighbors, and I would not expect Roblar Winery as a neighbor to do the same. So I do take issue with the 12 events and the way they are worded in this particular application. It's unacceptable. Lastly, I would point out that, you know, if you read the Land Use and Development Code, in my interpretation, the intent is that the sale of grape products through the tasting room is ancillary to the production of grapes or the production of wine. Now, this establishment has already pushed those boundaries, and you know, through this application or this preliminary hearing, continues to do so. It's now looking more like a commercial establishment that happens to grow grapes rather than a agricultural establishment that happens to sell wine. And I think that's something that the commission should seriously consider in terms of setting precedent going forward. Lastly, I don't even understand the existence of a bocce country club / restaurant on this application. That seems to me to be clearly commercial and clearly outside the bounds of an inner rural, agricultural-based winery. And that's my initial input, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. John Poitras?
Morning, Commissioners, and thank you for your service. My name is John Poitras. I live in Woodstock Ranch, which is on the west side of 154. So I know firsthand how dangerous that intersection is. And My comments today here have to do with the parking and traffic issues surrounding that. Whatever events this Robar Winery is doing now, they do not have adequate parking because there will be several times a month where there'll be cars parked on Robar Avenue, which does not have improved shoulders, and people are walking across the street while people are turning off at 154 going 55 miles an hour, or more like 65 miles an hour. Shortly there will be 7 wineries accessing Robar directly as their main arterial. If you consider granting these additional permit rights, if you will, to this winery, you're going to set a precedent for all those, and then we're going to have 7 wineries having a rash of public events all year round. The net effect will be a continuous theme of parties and weddings with the focal point of alcohol, all using Robar intersection, which does not even have a 4-way stop like Baseline does. I believe the public safety and comfort of the Valley residents should always take precedence over the pleasures of tourists or the bottom line of a few individual businessmen. And I note in the application, quote unquote, due to the fact that these issues threaten to severely destabilize Robar Winery's economic viability. Well, I don't believe this county should be in the business of bailing out business plans of billionaires by creating more traffic and noise pollution for those of us who pay taxes and live in this county. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Field.
Hello, Commissioners. Been a
Good
while.
morning.
Hope you've all been well. My name's Bob Field from Sandy Inez. I'd like to address only 2 of the issues raised here. One very briefly is special events. My interpretation is consistent with the staff's that this would require a new development plan and a new hearing. I am in sympathy with Commissioner Blau's comments about that's a lot of overhead, but I think that's what is involved here. In terms of whether that's a good idea for them or for the community, they basically went through the same process that would be gone through in a development plan in terms of whether or not these events were appropriate. And as Commissioner Valencia pointed out, the different wineries have different privileges, and that's because that's precisely what the ordinance calls for, is for discretion to be exercised on what is appropriate in what location. And I think the arguments for special events have not changed in the 8 years or whatever it's been. I think the arguments against it are the same, except they're worse. There are more people, there's more traffic. So I don't know. Some wineries have gone into these processes asking for 12 events and come out with none. So I'm not sure that 2 is not a reasonable number. With regard to the restaurant, I think this request and the past behavior is really a ridiculous stretch of the language and the intention of the winery ordinance. I was around when that was developed and knew people who were doing the work, and there was absolutely no intention to allow restaurants at wineries. This is clearly a legislative act in this county to take things in that direction. I had to note with some interest the repeated references to San Luis Obispo County and what they do up there. The special events ordinance and the restaurants and all of those factors that have been in discussion around here for the last year or 2, sometimes intensely, are being intensely discussed in San Luis Obispo County. They are in the process of rewriting their winery ordinance and their special events ordinance. I have been invited, and I'm going to participate on a panel in San Luis Obispo County Friday, where one of the speakers is the acting director of planning, and the topic is special events on agricultural land. I don't think that you can point up there and say that we've got a green light from what they're doing. Napa County is actively backpedaling from special events and even wine tasting rooms in their rural areas, in their rural neighborhoods. I know people in Napa and San Luis Obispo who are somewhere between envious and jealous, which is worse, of the situation that we have at this point, and are hoping that we don't make the mistakes that they believe they have made. So I certainly think this, I understand the request from the applicant's point of view. It's a benefit to them. I don't think it's a benefit to the community, and I don't think it's anything less than legislative action required to grant it. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Valencia.
Mr. Field, I have a question.
Yes, hello, Commissioner.
Don't you think it's a good idea to have some food when you have some wine?
Absolutely do, and that was the intent, was to allow cheese and crackers and breads, and absolutely, and that's why it's in there, because that's such a good idea. The question is, how far can you go
Yeah,
with that?
right,
Yeah.
I understand that. Have
Yeah.
you been to the new one in Buellton? That new
Terravent.
facility,
Terravent.
Terravent?
Yeah, and
a
I think
tax
that's a good example. That's in, within a city, it's within a commercially zoned district. They've got their fire services and a sewer plant and roads. and-
restaurant.
Yeah, so this,
Okay.
I think
A little
that's
different.
yeah, where are these things happening? And that's what the ordinance contemplated, and that's why it's all discretionary, which is good. But as you see once a week, this discretionary thing just leads you to meetings like this.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Field.
Thank you.
Shannon Casey.
Hello, good morning.
morning.
My name is Shannon Casey, and I live about half a mile away from Roblar Winery on 2390 North Refugio Road. When Roblar started its operation, I visited the winery and saw the commercial kitchen and saw the cooking school notices. And I assumed that I was familiar with the winery business and knew that Santa Barbara County did not permit restaurants, so I assumed they had gotten a restaurant permit for their activities. So according to their original permit, they have been operating outside their own permit for the past 4 years in terms of operating a restaurant. And none of the environmental issues associated with operating a restaurant have been taken into consideration. In addition, last year I had to call the police twice because the music that was amplified, that's not allowed at the winery, was going on past 10 o'clock, and I can hear it on my patio. In the 10 years that I've lived here, Roblar and Bridlewood have been built, and they're about half a mile away from where I live. And I live across the street from Brander Winery. And now there are 2 more proposed wineries within a mile. My neighbor, the Vincent Winery owner, has already told me that he wants a restaurant as well. And I just want to remind the Planning Commission that these are ag properties. They are zoned ag. And I don't believe a restaurant, a country club, a bocce ball court, or weddings are really part of an ag operation. You want to grow grapes? Grow grapes. You want to make wine? Make wine. But if you want to have events that impact everybody who lives around you because you can hear them, I don't think it's appropriate for the area. Thank you.
Thank you. Christine Cunningham.
Good morning.
Good morning.
If Roblar's only having 2 events a year, then they had their 2 this past weekend. I, like Shannon, live within a radius of Brander, Bridlewood, and Roblar. At 12 events a year, that makes it 36 events a year that I am participating in without being invited. Most typical people who come to visit a tasting room are there for 35 minutes. So if you're holding an all-day long music event, I'm having to hear it all day long versus the 35 minutes those people are coming to visit. If they are going to be having special events in the evening that include music till 10 p.m., so I have to hear the noise of the 8 hours they're open to sell, then the special event on top of it. I think it's wonderful people come to the Valley to have weddings, but I agree that they're centered around alcohol, and we need to be, recognize that. And as far as the restaurant goes, I agree that they've been operating this for 4 years without a permit. If the Vincent Vineyard and Winery, and if you could put maybe back on the other one, or that it's the new winery that they're hoping to be approved across the street, the kitty corner of the open field that's there now. We've seen their plans at the bar meeting. They do include a kitchen. And so it'd be directly kitty corner to this. And if they're allowed to use their kitchen as a restaurant, then what's going to end or stop these people from doing it? I've lived here 35 years. I deserve a little bit. My input does count. I love wine. I'm not against the wineries. I'm fine with that, but I think that they should have to follow the rules. And until there's new rules, They should have to follow the rules that are on board. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gallagher, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and members of the Planning Commission. I appreciate the opportunity to express my points of view on this. I am a resident as well of Oak Trail Estates, and at one time, well, not at one time, but also we have a whole bunch of homeowners associations that are located on the other side of Roblar Avenue, if you will. They include Rancho Anacita, Oak Trail Ranch, Oak Trail Estates, and Woodstock Ranch. So we have about 300 people who occupy these locations and their families. These are lots. And of course, that would probably entail maybe 500 to 600, maybe 700 folks. I'm here today to protest the pre-application of the Roblar Winery that would, among other things, provide for an increase in special events from 2 to 12, an increased number of hours of operation from 5 to 7 days, an amplification outdoors of music, and food sales, which would then qualify a winery as a restaurant or bar. Roblar Winery's pre-application should not be considered in isolation from the other events that are going on Roblar Avenue. I refer now to TTT, Estelle Winery, Vincent, Brander, Bridlewood, and on the other side of 154, Roblar Winery itself, and we have Beckman and I believe Lawrence. So I think I get 8 or 9. So we have a whole bunch of wineries within a 1 mile distance of each other. And as was mentioned, the number of events that are planned for each of these wineries makes for a pretty congested type of situation in that particular location of the valley. So what happens with this particular application today is going to have a profound effect when you start reviewing some of these other applications for some of these other wineries that are either in progress or have already been granted. The neighborhood impact will be profound. It will adversely affect the entire surrounding community with the introduction of heavy traffic, increased auto accidents, and in some places, High Crown Road. If anybody's driven down Roblar Avenue, you'll know on this northern side that there are portions that are prone to flooding, ditches and deep ditches on either sides of High Crown Road, which doesn't allow for much of a margin of error. If one were to be wine tasting on a weekend and wanted to take in all of Roblar Avenue wineries, I suggest to you that they might be a little bit inebriated at the end of the day. It's dangerous. On either side, amplified music would waft up the valley from the westerly blowing winds, which will intrude on the peaceful communities of those particular homeowners associations that are on the north side. If the Roblar Winery requests were approved, wineries in Santa Barbara County would not only allow full glass wine tasting and sales, but it'll be permitted to serve full meals. And I don't think this was part of the original wine ordinance. The burden to fight off such intrusions typically rests with the citizens of the valley. The burden often is placed on us to object to these sorts of things. And we're here to voice our objections. But in fact, the burden of proof, to prove that there are no adverse implications of these increased events, should be on the applicant and not the citizens. Clearly, hundreds of families, thousands of valley residents will feel the impact of these profound changes to the character of the Santa Ynez Valley on both sides of the 154. The county has not conducted sufficient or extensive traffic studies of Roblar Avenue or the intersection of 154. Now, when there are references made about how nice things are up in San Luis Obispo and Sonoma counties, Sonoma was one of the most perfectly planned counties in the state of California when it comes to the wine trail. There's a book that I would urge all the planning commissioners to read, A Tale of Two Counties. Napa is a nightmare. Sonoma was well thought out by its planning commissioners and by its board of supervisors. We don't want to become another Napa. We don't want to have 100 wineries on one small avenue, or we don't even want to have 8 but that's the number I come up with that will be having these special events. The Planning Commission should simply deny this request and all other requests for increase in activities, including outdoor amplification of music, which will impugn everybody's right to harmony, peace, serenity in the valley. I think we have a right to do that. I think we planned on that when we first moved here. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Brooks, are there any other speakers slips for this? No? Okay. Thank you. Then I'm going to close the public hearing and bring it back to the commission for any further questions only, and then we'll get into individual commissioner comments. I have a question for Ms. Black. Interrural, can you provide me some sort of definition of what the intent of an interrural means, or perhaps one of our planners can?
Madam Chair, I think Ms. Van Mullum is going to look up
Okay.
the land use element because there's
Okay.
a definition of the
Okay,
land
is it
use
great?
element.
Okay.
And that's probably
Thank
the
you.
most precise.
Okay.
So if you want to go to any other questions.
Okay,
while we're
any
doing
other,
that.
I don't have any other lights on from commissioners. Oh,
Just-
Commissioner Brooks.
Yeah, just while we're waiting, I'm again going back to the conditions of approval. Originally, I'm looking at number 12 for special events reporting. And it said there, this is back in, 2098, I'm on page B7, special events reporting, a written report annually in January of each year to permit compliance, documenting all special events. Was that done?
Chair Brown, Commissioner Brooks, they have submitted their documentation they have been working diligently with permit compliance on that, and they have submitted the events that occur.
Kind of retroactively, or was it?
No,
They did it each year?
No, there may be a little late here or there, but they have been submitting them, and there have been some discussions about events that did occur that were not on the list.
Okay, I was just wondering, thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Valencia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is kind of critical here, a conceptual motion, because it's something whether it goes forward or not. And I know that you already closed the public hearing, but there's one person that's desperate to say something. And could you grant him 30 seconds, Mr. Field? Could you-
Oh, is that
would-
in response to
Yes.
my question about interrural?
Just 30 seconds,
All
Mr.
right.
Thank you, Commissioner Valencia. I think that the concept interrural area may only exist within the San Ynez Valley Community Plan. And it was developed because if you look at the valley floor where we have all this Ag 1 zoning, 1,800 Ag 1 parcels out of a total county count of 2,200 or something, that to say here's our urban area and here's our rural area did not handle properly the actual living conditions of the San Ynez Valley. So we have little urban area amoebas drawn around San Ynez and Ballard and Los Olivos. And of course, we have our ag, the other 200,000 acres of the valley. But pretty much between 154 and the river, it extends out towards Happy Canyon. It's largely Ag 1 zoning. It's called interrural. And the winery ordinance largely was written to understand that that's different than a big Ag 2
All right,
neighborhoods.
thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Van Mullen.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, I found the definition of interrural area in the comprehensive plan land use element. It's an area shown on the land use map within which development is limited to rural areas such as agriculture and its accessory uses, mineral extractions including oil and its accessory uses, recreation, public or private, ranchette development, agricultural parcels, and uses of a public or quasi-public nature. These areas shall be adjacent to designated urban areas. The minimum permitted lot size shall be 5 acres, with the sole exception of any parcels to be owned or used solely by a public agency, consistent with the public facilities policies of this element. I can go on. It continues. Do you want me to keep going?
Can you just briefly summarize? Is that sufficient?
Is that sufficient?
Okay. Does it talk about uses?
What talks about residential development denser than 1 unit per 5 acres, commercial, industrial, and other intensive urban uses shall be reserved for urban areas and excluded from areas designated interrural. Agricultural and open space preserves and related uses are to be encouraged. Recreational activities in these areas should be compatible with ranchette and agricultural uses. Existing smaller lot neighborhood developments are permitted within the inner rural area only in designated locations.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, any other questions? No question, okay. I think at this time then, rather than to deliberate, this would be the time when each commissioner would have the opportunity to express their views on, I turn your attention to those items that are listed on page 2 for the pre-application assessment. So certainly you're welcome to express your opinion on other things, but I suspect that that's, as a minimum, what we'd like to hear from you. So Commissioner Blau, I'd like to start with you.
Sure. I think based on what I've heard so far in my site visit, I'd have a little bit of a difficulty increasing the number of special events to 12, although I think there's a definite problem with the current definition of what special events are for this particular winery. I mean, up to 100. I mean, that doesn't give me any kind of a definition. What, 5 people coming there for a no, it could be considered a special event. It doesn't make any sense. I sympathize with the owner of the winery with reference to the food. I think his plan for the real limited food that he was describing and packaging it with the wine kind of makes sense to me. I wouldn't consider that a restaurant. I would consider that actually very ancillary to the tasting of the wine. I think it's a good idea to have some kind of limited food to do that. With regard to the amplified music, I think the problem may be there is how you define it. I know I was recently at the park several months ago for a little birthday party, and come to find out that Waller Park doesn't allow amplified music at all, unless it's a mariachi band for one of their special events. And what we were talking about was a small electric guitar with a small little amplifier about this big, and if you got more than 100 yards away, you couldn't hear it. But again, that was considered amplified music, and the park ranger basically threw out the guitar player. So there may be some allowable amplified music on a limited basis. Maybe it's not 65 decibels at the property line. It's something a lot less than that. So I clearly see the need that this development plan needs to be modified, updated, whatever. This is 2011. That was 2000. Things have changed, and obviously the county's obviously changed policy as well. I wish there was a less expensive way that the applicant could bring those issues before us, because I don't think they really require the typical staff time that you would do for a CUP or for a development plan. I think we're talking about very minor changes to his development plan that I think would be approvable, at least by me. So I guess those are my comments for it.
Great.
Thank you.
Commissioner Brooks.
Yes, thank you, Chair Brown. As a 3rd District Commissioner, I am following this very closely, and I think as I look at what's here, this issue of the zoning as inner rural, we just came from a very long, rigorous process looking at the Sandy Inez Community Plan. That's a 10-year process that's been going on. These are very defined zoning, and I think that, for me, that's very, very important. If I would think that the applicant, would need to go through the permit process, I think it would, any changes for this particular location would need just very, very thorough environmental review. As far as the food sales, I see a move toward, more of a restaurant. That again, that's commercial. There's plenty of restaurants, right in Los Olivos. I think again, if we, I would think that the applicant, would have to, look at this very carefully. Amplified music, the present development review, development plan says none. I think it has to do, again, because it is in an inner rural area. It's very close to the neighbors. Increased hours of operation, we have to look at that, I think, with the traffic. This is why we are not where we were when this was first reviewed. When I made my visit on Monday, I could not get out back onto 154. I was turning left to go back to the 101, and I was waiting and waiting, and there were large trucks that are, I think, more frequent on 154 than there were, let's say, when perhaps this winery was first permitted. When you look at the Sandy Ynez Community Plan, we were supposed to do, one of the aspects of that was, a traffic review. They're looking at traffic measures along the 154. I think we've all read the newspaper lately, and we know some of the issues further on, up in the Kachuma area on 154. But I would just say, going through the permit process and, having a complete environmental review is going to be very important. This is zoned agriculture. I think we have a definition of terms to look at. What is a restaurant, or not a restaurant, but this idea of the commercial kitchen, needs to be redefined. Let me see, what else did I have here? One of the issues, okay, Mr. Boyd just brought up the traffic. That traffic improvement study with the Sandy Ynez plan won't be done, I don't believe, at this time because of some of the budget restrictions. So again, just very, very detailed environmental review would need to be done, I would think, with any new application that goes in for permitting. And, but I guess we can't comment on anything else at this point. I mean, that's where I would start off now.
Right, thank you. Commissioner Valencia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I think the best way to get all this straightened out is to go through a new application for development review change, modification, ask for modification. And I look at all the things that they're asking, and they all seem reasonable, and I'm sure that they're going to have to compromise on the amount of each item that they want. For instance, the events might go from 2 to 6 or 2 to 8. They might not get 12. I don't know. They have to look at their process and see what they think might get through. Allowing outdoor, there's 3 of those things that just shouldn't be any problem at all. They should be allowed. If you allow other units, other places to have them, which have the same type of country type atmosphere that these have, they should get the same thing. There was mentioned here that there's 9 wineries around this facility. Well, in fact, there's only 2 wineries around this facility, Beckman and Brander. The others are on Los Alamos Road and on the other side of Blackjack is on Los Alamos, Lincourt and Rideau are on Los Alamos,
But there's some new ones coming.
and Buttonwood is on Los Alamos. The only ones that are there, I have the map in front of me, to the left are Beckman, and up north is Brander. Bridlewood is to the other side of 154 on Roblar, and I've been to all these wineries. And at any rate,
I think Commissioner Valencia, the issue is also the ones that are proposed,
only
as well.
one proposed,
Well,
Vincent, that's proposed, yes.
TT and,
Well,
there's-
TT, it's proposed also on the other side, but that's on the other side of 154.
okay.
You know, you have
All
to,
right.
you have to know the relativity of the size. And as far as the music, it must be at least, to these houses, it must be at least 300 feet, in excess of 300 feet. And the dB level at those sites, when you start originally at 100 dB, diminishes considerably. But I also agree that, they shouldn't be playing after 7 o'clock or some particular hour. If they were playing at 10 o'clock, it's a gross violation, and that shouldn't occur. But at any rate, three things I think they should eliminate probably from the development plan if they come in, is that bocce country club thing and the restaurant. But the other things they should ask, the culinary school I think is a good thing, and I was looking at the parking. There's 40 parking spaces. That would take 24, so they'd be able to handle the people that work there and the school. That wouldn't be a major problem. So I think just sit back and go over your plan again and come in with moderation and look at the parameters and look at the thresholds of those things and try and make sure that you don't violate them and resubmit. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Cooney.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As you know, I'm a strong believer in process, and I think the applicant is entitled to get a review of their existing permit. What I think should be discouraged, however, is going ahead and undertaking activities in violation of their permit, simply because it's a good idea in their view to pair food with wine, for example, and it's done elsewhere in California, and so it should be allowed here. It really should be the other way around. That is, the permit should be dealt with first. I'd like to keep an open mind to what I would permit. It obviously needs a great deal more study by the county and by the public to determine what would be acceptable. So I don't want to go too far in saying which aspects of the application I would find acceptable, but I definitely think that the next step for this applicant is to bring their proposal forward, recognizing that it's going to be arduous and complicated and perhaps expensive, but we need to do that. We need to pay attention to the fact that this commission participated in a long process of approving a specific ordinance for wineries, and to the extent that that this applicant would like to be covered by those provisions, that pathway is certainly open. So I encourage him to go forward to ask to do any of the things they're currently doing and any that they propose: country club, bocce club, restaurant. It all sounds pretty grandiose. I'm certainly looking forward to the process should they wish to undertake it.
Thank you. I'm a wine drinker, so I have to express that, and I do understand the importance of the pairing of food with wine, and that's one of the reasons I drink wine. But on the other hand, I'm somewhat concerned about, in any application, about the further expression of that, taking the food outside, any events with it that may impact neighbors. And for me, it is about the community as well. I think originally when all these wineries were proposed, there wasn't all these great events proposed or even thought with them. A winery was, I remember going down Fox and Canyon many years ago, and it was just some shack by the side of the road, and there weren't any of these special events. But I do understand the impact to the community, and I am very concerned about that, and I do have sympathies with them about how they are impacted by the noise and the traffic. This isn't, I think, in a rural area, and it should be about the tranquility. It shouldn't be about the conducting of commerce in the area. And I just see that these two, there's some inherent conflict in this. So I think the applicant should go ahead. I think there may be some furtherance of the county or of the Planning Commission allowing some flexibility in some of the operations, but I think the applicant has to keep in mind the effect upon his adjacent neighbors of what he's planning. So with that, unless any other commissioner has any further questions or comments, Commissioner Brooks?
Yes, maybe staff can help me. What is the status of the county's study or definition of the special events on all agricultural lands? Because I believe that was begun. I don't know what the status is right now. And again, that might help the applicant, to make, if those special events are more clearly defined, then they know the direction perhaps that they can go in.
Madam Chair and Commissioner Brooks, one of the items that was included in the long-range planning work program was consideration of special events in agricultural areas and agricultural, sort of ancillary agricultural uses. Due to the fairly restricted general fund availability this year, that's not currently included in the projection for the work plan, despite the fact that I think a lot of commissioners and board members think it's an important issue to undertake. So that's kind of where it is right now. The budget hearings haven't concluded clearly, and some additional factors may influence our ability to undertake additional tasks because we've come some distance to making some agreements with employee organizations that may provide some additional funding. So it's not a closed book yet. I think it's something that the board thinks is important, but it's not currently included in the work plan.
Well, perhaps, we can, when you get into the budgetary hearings, I mean, if we're going to be dealing, with these issues, time and time again because of the language not being clear, maybe the board, if you could convey that to them, that, this is an important issue and it's getting more and more important as we have, more wineries coming in with applications.
We will definitely make sure that happens.
Okay. All right, with that, I will conclude this agenda item, and hopefully our comments have been helpful to the applicant, and we'll take a 5-minute break before we set up for the next one. Thank you. Read our second conceptual item into the record, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The following is the request by Lambert Private Equity Fund 1, LLC, applicant and friends of the Santa Ynez Valley, LLC owners for conceptual review by the County Planning Commission of a pre-application case number 10 PRE 3 application filed on February 3rd, 2010.
Okay, ex parte and site visit disclosure, please. Commissioner Valencia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I went and visited the site, as I did the other site that you didn't ask, Roblar.
I did. Yeah, and you acknowledged, yes, you did. Yeah, Commissioner Brooks.
Yes, I also drove by the site on Monday.
Okay. And Commissioner Blau.
Yes, yesterday.
Okay. Commissioner Cooney.
This morning.
Right. And I visited on Sunday. So with that, welcome, Mr. Kaiser. It's been a while since we've seen you.
Yes, it has, and it's good to see you.
Okay, thank you.
The property for this discussion is located in the Santa Ynez urban area, more particularly at the intersection of Highway 246 and Refugio Road. You can see it highlighted in red on the overhead now. Located diagonally across the street from the Santa Ynez High School. Across the street to the north is the YMCA, and across the street to the west is the Christian Academy School. The site is 7.3 acres. It's vacant. Seasonally, the site is used for crop production. There's a couple of trees on the property, but it's essentially devoid of vegetation, including the creek that sort of runs through the property in a north-south direction. Doesn't seem to contain a lot of riparian vegetation or anything, but it does carry stormwater. Currently, the site is designated for single-family development with a 1 acre minimum lot size, which means there's a potential for 7 parcels here if it were to be subdivided to its maximum density. However, at that density, the parcels would all have to be at least 1 acre in size, which is large enough for farm animals and other residential accessory uses which are more kind of agricultural in nature, such as a small vineyard or orchard or something of that nature. So the area would still appear rural, and of course protecting the rural character is an important community goal. The applicant, can you get the next one? For the pre-app is considering an option to purchase the property, and his intentions are to change the zoning to 7R1, which would actually allow for on the order of 50 parcels on this site. So I'm not sure that's necessarily the right zoning, but he does want to increase the zoning to allow for something such as this, which is actually 22 or probably 20 parcels. The project description is to have the parcels restricted, age restricted for 55 and older, but not income restricted. So it would be a senior housing project, but it would not be an affordable housing project. The applicant will provide more details on the project description, including the perceived market demand for these units, as well as the other amenities, the landscaping, the walkways, the water features, and so on. Over the past couple of months, the applicant and the staff have done some preliminary analysis in terms of the physical constraints on the property. I have a bunch of slides if there's questions about those kinds of things, but I think I'll skip those for now. Suffice it to say that the property is flat and doesn't seem to contain significant cultural resources or biological resources or other physical constraints that would suggest that the property is problematic in terms of a development such as this. But there are two problems based on the proposed general plan amendment and rezone. As long-range planning points out, and as the commission's constantly reminded, of course, we have state law and also the county code requiring that there's a substantial public benefit in order to change the zoning or change the general plan independently, such as this. Otherwise, of course, people are directed to follow the community plan, which is, after all, the blueprint for development in the community. So there's two issues really that are problematic with this project. The first is the timing. This request comes on the heels of the community plan adoption, which was a 10-year community-wide planning effort, and a lot of people have questioned whether it's appropriate at this time to entertain individual requests such as this. And then also, probably most importantly, is the public benefit requirement. And this is sort of a disconnect in the staff report. A lot of people that have called sort of got the impression that there's some kind of an internal disagreement among the planning staff with respect to the merits of this. And I think what maybe is lacking in the staff report is it's just a good summary statement to sort of tie those things together. As a result of this preliminary analysis over the last couple of months, it seems that the site is potentially well suited for a higher density. And in fact, the project such as this would advance certain community goals, such as senior housing and so on. But these goals can be achieved without changing the community plan if that housing is simply proposed on a parcel that's already zoned appropriately. As currently proposed, then, the project appears to lack substantial public benefits that would warrant a community plan amendment and rezone, and that's essentially the conclusion in the staff report. Of course, we're not making a recommendation, and the applicant's here to hear your comments and also comments from the public, so I'll wrap it up unless there's questions.
Okay. Commissioner Blau?
Yeah, I have a question. You know, when I read through the staff report, I didn't see, I saw where it said it was age restricted, but I didn't see the age in there. But you can't age restrict this one to age 55, it has to be age 62. The state law requires that in order to restrict it at age 55, it has to be 33 units. You can't do 22, 21. Also, I noticed that I didn't see on this conceptual plan any community room. And that's the other thing that you'd have to have in order to do the age-restricted senior project. It has to have a community room where the people can gather and be together. I found this out very painfully. I went through the process with the city and got my project approved at age 55, only to find out when I applied for the DRE reports, no, it's age 62 unless you have 33 units. And you might need to note that for your future senior projects as well.
Any other commissioner questions? I just have one question. If you'd go back to the map that shows, let me see, I think it's your second, that one. Can you just describe, I can get some of the features, the school and the project to the left of that is that mobile home park. And this is, I'm sorry, here, let me get this is the mobile home, and this is El Rancho Market. And what is that? Can you?
Madam Chair, that is a single-family residence, I
Okay,
believe.
okay.
Yes.
So it's basically, this is education, YMCA, sort of commercial, school, okay, and a residential, okay. Okay,
I do have zoning maps that I didn't show you that we could look at if you want to.
No, I just wanted to get an overall sense. All right, thank you. Well, if there are no commissioner questions, then I will turn it over to the applicant. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Mike Berticini with EDA Design Professionals, 1998 Santa Barbara Street, San Luis Obispo, California. We represent the applicants at this time in this project. We're also the surveyors, civil engineers, and planners for the project. We started the concept of this project mid to late last year after doing a lot of research by my clients on what's needed in the community. We understand the community plan has taken a decade to produce where you are today, and we're very appreciative of that plan being in place. What my clients have researched throughout the community is a little hole that maybe was addressed but not completed. And that is, there is a group of residents in Santa Ynez Valley who currently have lived there for a long time, who are getting to an age where they can no longer manage or want to manage larger parcels or estates, don't want to leave the area, and can't find the housing that they want. The project that we're proposing here is age-restricted senior housing. We feel that this proposal is an ideal location in the community. We've looked around through the entire community. If you take a bird's eye view of the mapping of the community, I challenge all of us to find another parcel that is as well suited to meeting some of those community goals identified in the plan, which is it's well oriented for a senior to be close to a market. The market is just almost across the street. It's a location that allows seniors to then interact with grandchildren who are attending the schools both across the street and nearby. They can walk to the facilities for the YMCA and enjoy an active lifestyle. The housing that's around there is mostly 1 acre lots, large ranchettes, and that is part of the population wants to move off of that type of property. I know you've all read your plan, but just a couple quick excerpts from that plan is most of the residential development in the planning area is in the form of spacious single-family homes on large parcels, which are expensive by nature. And growth and development goal number 2, as Mr. Kaiser pointed out in his report, is to accommodate a range of housing for all people of all price ranges, of all income levels. We feel we're targeting a market that has come forward to my clients and expressed a desire to be in Santa Ynez, in the community itself, not having to leave to find the type of housing that they want. They want to move off of acreage. They want to have an active lifestyle and some amenities. What we've done on this site here is try to orient the project so that there's only a single entrance away from the highway. You've got circulation through that's easy for vehicles and the fire department to get around. We want to enhance the existing drainage way that works through there, and we'll incorporate the proper detention. We've preliminarily sized those facilities to preclude the peak runoff of storms to not impact the downstream residents. What we show here right now is 22 parcels. We've already internally, as long ago as a month ago, determined we're really going to be 20 parcels, just from a lot of different perspectives. I'd like to address the one item about affordable housing. Affordable housing is a part of this project. It's just not on this site. Our intention is not to pay the in lieu fees, but we are currently actively looking for other parcels in the Santa Ynez Valley housing area that we are allowed to incorporate and build and provide that affordable housing component. So the project is not devoid of affordable housing. It will be a promoter and provider. We've already met with People Self-Help Housing. We've met with Cabrillo, and they have expressed interest in doing a project in the area. And we would find the land for them, make it part of this project, and become a partner in effect. Aside from that, we're open for questions. My clients are here as well for answering any questions, and I'm sure they have a few personal statements they'd like to make as well.
Would they like to do that now? Hi, good morning, welcome.
Good morning. My name is Mitch Hawkins, 1155 Cuesta Street, San Ynez. I'm a principal of the applicant and also attending is Joe Lambert in the suit and tie back there, who is principal of the applicant. I think Mike addressed some of the technical issues. I'd just like to talk sort of philosophically. We live in the community and have lived here for a long time. I don't know if we could put the map back up that shows the area, but how hard that is to do. But I live 8/10 of a mile from this site. Yeah, the other map. That one. I live 8/10 of a mile from this site, just over to the upper right, and Joe Lambert lives 3/10 of a mile from this site, just north of the track at the high school. So we live here. We live within a stone's throw distance of this site. Have lived here for a long time and have followed the community plan in its development. I've attended many of the meetings, if not a majority of the community plan over the 10-year period. And we've looked at this site and watched this site and kind of wondered why nobody really addressed this site in the community plan, because the theory of the community plan, or at least one of the statements in the community plan, is that we're supposed to be fostering infill of increased density, and after having done about 100 real estate projects, none of them in San Ynez Valley, but I've lived here a long time, that's what that looks like to me. So, we've done some market research, considerable over the years, seen the need. Mike addressed the fact that there are seniors in the community who would like to downsize, and I don't think that's just off of 1-acre lots. That's people on farms that are now getting older. Maybe it's time to get off of the 100 acres or 35 acres or whatever and the 27-unit horse barn and everything else, and get down to something which is close to other facilities, right across the street from the YMCA, walking distance from the YMCA, et cetera, et cetera. Those are self-evident things. But there's definitely a market, and it's not a market that comes from LA. We're going to create something to draw people up from LA. We're not from LA. This is designed to produce about 20 units where people within the valley could downsize and move to that. There's no other product like that in the valley. And I noted Gary's summary, which stated in the plan that you could build senior units someplace else that was zoned for it, but gee, I really don't know where that is. I'm very familiar with all the parcels, and I'm not sure where that would be. In any case, we think this is a meritorious use for this parcel. It gives us the benefit of controlling what happens on this parcel, because, it's only 600 feet from the reservation, and it would be very easy to get contiguous to the reservation. There are other things that could be proposed here which we would never agree with, some kinds of commercial uses or whatever else might be, which are of much higher intensity. But, the process took 10 years, and things have changed. The YMCA wasn't there 10 years ago. Traffic on 246 is up about 30 or 35%. I guess there was a casino there. It was a little metal building, but now it's a behemoth. None of these things were there, and so, in our view, at least, the community plan should be able to be flexible and allow for, addressing the new issues of the community which have come about during a 10-year period. So I think that's pretty much it for me. I'd be happy to answer questions. I know the EDA folks will be, and I think some other folks are here and would like to talk. So thank you very much. What we would like is, I know. We believe that there should be substantial community benefit, and we believe that there's room to reduce the density here some and produce a space for a community center. So if a community center X this project, in other words, outside from this project but still on a portion of this land, is something that would help with a substantial community benefit, we're absolutely positive towards that. We are happy to drop density to do that and make that happen. So I think that's pretty much it. We'd just like to ask you to give us a positive to move forward, and I think that the benefits will be worthwhile. So thank you.
I think we have some questions, if
Okay.
you don't mind. Commissioner Valencia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. During the community plan meetings, you said you attended a lot of them. Did you ever comment concerning the existing zoning on that parcel?
No, I never did, because we never had an interest in
Oh.
that parcel to develop it at the time.
I see.
It would, the fund that is doing this did not exist during that time, and the financial
You
situation
just
was not
weren't
such.
involved in it at the time?
Wasn't involved in that parcel.
Okay.
But
Thank you
but I
very much.
also would comment that I didn't see anybody really paying a lot of attention to that parcel. It just stayed what it was. Nobody said anything, so it stayed what it was. I'm not sure that, anyway.
Okay.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioner Brooks.
Yes, thank you. I think I heard you say that, perhaps it was a gentleman before you, that you have looking at some of the more local nonprofits like self-help housing. In the staff report, it said something about possible in lieu fees being used out in Los Alamos. So you've kind of moved away from that idea already?
No, I think that in examining the affordable housing requirements, we realized that a $2.5 million straight up in lieu fee would kill this proposal. I can just tell you flat out, we can't do that. So then the next alternative was, well, how do we build the required number of units? And I believe at 20 units density, that's 6 units, is it? 6 units. So we began to look around the housing area to see where we might be able to accommodate 6 units. If we put 6 units flat into the middle of what may only be 18 or maybe perhaps 20 units by the time we do a community center, once again, it doesn't work. So the question is, we're supportive of affordable housing. I mean, I've built affordable housing and, been very happy with doing it. But it has to work financially. There are other parcels in the housing area which may work for that much better than trying to plunk it on the edge of this or in the middle of this. Somewhere along the line, I think there was a comment made about Los Alamos, and in fact, that even appeared in the newspaper. We haven't said that we're going to Los Alamos to do affordable housing. We've said that Los Alamos is I've done some work there. It would be a very intelligent place to perhaps place some affordable housing in terms of the parcels that are available and so on. But another parcel that might be available, I think that what we're saying is that a non-contiguous parcel somewhere in the housing area is the most desirable way to do this. And we want to do that, and we want to build it. We don't, it's not that we're trying to get out of it or in any way, kind of denigrate it. I mean, we want to do that. We're happy, and we're happy for the accolades we get when we do that. But relative to this parcel, it's probably not economically viable to pay the in lieu fee or put those 6 units right at the parcel. Thank you.
I have one question. Just, I appreciate that we're here for conceptual review, but just trying to get, for me to be able to comment. On your proposal, one of your design features is to have backyards against 246. So I presume that you probably have to have some sort of fence up here. Is that what you would foresee?
I missed the last part.
One of the design features of what you've presented to us here would be these people's backyards up against 246, so that this area would be fenced. Is that what you would envision?
Yes, you'd have to
Okay.
have a wall there. You'd have to have also very extensive landscaping there to help buffer the noise. And noise attenuates upward.
Right.
And if you look at the grade, you'll see that because of the grade, 246 is well above these units. But some very, very dense landscaping along with the wall, and whatever Caltrans will allow in terms of a sidewalk or something would be to buffer these units. Actually, and I don't mean to take a lot of your time, but I've been involved in projects before where we did this. In fact, in one case up against a freeway, huge, 101 type freeway. And in another case, actually in Los Alamos, I was responsible for selling the houses that are up against the freeway now, the new tracks that came up in 2005. And in both cases, we built a wall. The landscaping there, I required that the builder put in more landscaping there. It's still not mature enough, but particularly in the other project, which is now 10 years old, the landscaping has grown up, the wall is there, and it's actually lovely, and the noise never gets to the houses. So, plus you put extra insulation in the houses. Does that address?
Yeah, that answers. Thank you.
Okay.
Commissioner Valencia, you have a
Thank you.
question? Yeah.
One more question.
Sure.
The proposed basin, is that a requirement for that property to have a basin to carry the water? Because there's a swale as you,
Mike Bertuccini with EDA. Yes, the Santa Barbara County flood control requirements would require us to detain water, not retain it. And so the water, the peak storms would be captured into the basin and released at a meter rate, not to affect the downstream properties. The basin, though, as you see it, is not in what you would call a deterrent from the project. It is designed with 5-to-1 sloping sides, shallow, 2 feet or less, so that it can be used as more of an internal landscape amenity during the off-season of the rain.
the property slopes down. One other question I had, slipped my mind now, sorry. Oh, you're on sewers, are you connected to the sewer system there, or do you go on septic?
No, this would require a sewer, and it would require a lift station. We've talked to the community services district. It would end up being a public lift station. It would be somewheres out on 246 and.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now is the time for public comment. Do we have any? We have no public comments. Are there anybody who'd like it? Oh, is there? Oh, okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. My first public comment is Angela Slater.
Hi, I'm Angela Slater, and thank you for listening to me. I am a 12-year resident of Solvang. I live at 1651 Ballard Canyon Road. I own 9 acres, and I am a 56-year-old woman that strongly supports senior active age-restricted housing. My mother, who is also accompanying with me, purchased into a 55 and over community in San Diego, and she's lived there for 14 years. And I have witnessed so many cases where it's to the benefit of senior citizens that want to be in a like community with people that are their same age or same interests, that are conducive to their social interests, rather than having them live perhaps in another type of enclosed community where you're with young families, and it's much more conducive for them to be in this community. I cannot tell you the amount of activities and that they provide. My mother is on the chair for the senior committee, and they have community affairs at least once or twice a week at your 55 and over community. So I feel that here in the San Ynez Valley, there are very few, well, there isn't any actual other senior community centers where you can go when you get to a certain age, as I will come to that age when I have 9 acres and all of the inherent tasks that my 9 acres requires me to be on top of. There's going to be a time where I don't want to do that, but I do want to stay in the San Ynez Valley. My family live there, my daughter, my son, my grandchildren. I don't want to move. Well, where am I going to go when I want to downsize? And I want to have a like area, a very similar home to what I live in now. But I don't want all of the maintenance that my property provides me. So I do feel that there is substantial benefit to the community for a restricted age facility that allows for a growing number of population as we get into our golden years, active golden years, I may say, so we can live and enjoy the rest of our lives in an area that we're close to the grocery stores. I mean, we've already mentioned so many benefits of this parcel where it is. It's absolutely, I cannot think. It's almost perfect, really is. And I don't know where else in our valley where we're going to find this kind of property to build this kind of facility that I think is definitely necessary and will be appreciated. And if you want to say a few things about your community.
Well, I come up here often, and I could not live up here because there's no social life up here. The only thing you have, as I see it, is wineries, and just very few restaurants. So I would just go crazy because, you know, when you get to a certain age, you still want to become active. You want to be with the people around you. And most of the people where I live in this community are 60, 62 and up. When they get to 80, you know, they get illnesses and they move on, you know, they're not here anymore. But I can see, when my daughter told me about this community, I was so excited. I wanted to sell my place because I love the San Ynez Valley. I just love it. Every time I come up, I think, oh my gosh, you've only got a 55 and over here. And I've mixed with people up here around my age, and they said, if only we had a 55 and over, it would be wonderful. I mean, community centers are okay, but they're a lot older, the people. And a 55 or a 58 or a 60 don't want to go into a community center. You know, they're just people that are not active. They've done their, but this, I think, is a very healthy gesture. I really do. Thank you very much.
Could I have you fill out a speaker slip before you leave, just so we can identify you for the record?
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. We just want you to just fill that out if you
All
would,
right.
please.
Thank you very much for
Okay.
our comments.
And Marilyn Elam is our next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. And I am Marilyn Elam. I'm a real estate broker in the San Ynez Valley. I've been there 33 years. I live just about 2 blocks from this project. And my husband tells me we're going to be first on the list. There's been a lot of excitement in the San Ynez Valley as we're out and about in the community, a lot of excitement about maybe being able to offer something like this. I've been selling horse ranches, estates, most of the last 30 years, and those people don't want to leave the valley, as Angela said. And I'm including myself in that, we want a place to be in the valley. We want to stay with our family. We have 5 adult children with all of their family there in the valley. So we have a huge family in the valley. We don't want to leave, yet we want a nice, nice place to be. We're not ready for a senior care facility. We're active seniors. We'd like that middle step between what we're doing now, taking care of swimming pools and tennis courts and kid things. We'd like a place to be. And the more and more I hear people in the valley, because they come to me to sell their homes, these people are asking, where can we go? In fact, the excitement level is several have asked me if I'd make a waiting list for this facility. Charles Staton, you may or may not know of Charles. He's a former CEO at Bechtel Corporation. I sold a 60-acre horse ranch for him. He's just typical. They started out maybe 25 years ago. I sold his 60-acre horse ranch out by the river. Put them into a 5-acre property because they're moving down. Well, after a while, that 5 acres is even too big. And then they go to a 1 acre. And I'm on a 1 acre. We don't want that anymore. But yet we're still active, we're still having fun with life. A lot of my clients are requesting a property like this. And so I would encourage you to take a look around the valley. I don't know of any other place that would be better zoned for this project. It's central, it's near the YMCA, it's near the high school. There's even a place where we older folks can go and volunteer our time. We can help out at the high school. We can help out at the Christian Academy across the street. We can help out with seniors that are even more senior than we are. So I would encourage you to consider this strongly and approve it. Have these people move forward. And if you have any questions for me, if not, I'll take a seat. Thank you.
Commissioner Valencia, did you have
No.
a question?
No.
Okay, sorry. All right, thank you. Then I'm going to close the public hearing, and unless do commissioners have any questions of staff or of the applicant at this time? And if not, then we'll just open it up for individual commissioners' comments. And who would like to start? Commissioner Brooks.
Yes, thank you. Again, 3rd District, and it's very interesting, to hear the input that there is a need, for this particular type of housing. I would suggest that the applicant, go out to the public and, generate, I don't know, petitions or whatever, so that, we could see this. I know during the Santa Ynez Community Plan process, this particular, parcel was not controversial, and I think it was because maybe people were satisfied with the existing kind of rural 1 acre lots. Granted, things have changed, with the new with the YMCA across the street, other changes that have made to that immediate area, but I think that the applicant should go out there and get that, and come back when this application does come through, so that that is seen. I did bring up that question about the in lieu fees going to possibly Los Alamos, and I'm glad to hear today that those fees now that the applicant would be looking, within the immediate housing market, because I think that's where they need to be. I mean, Los Alamos is close enough, but I think we need to look, within that, the Santa Ynez Community Plan area for where, those, if in lieu fees are the way to go. With any rezone, you look for that very substantial public benefit. I would think that maybe looking at tweaking this idea rather than, the particular, like the 20 parcels that are set up here, that doesn't look rural to me for some reason. And, one, I don't know if the need over in Santa Ynez is like it is in so many other places. Maybe something more of a graduated care facility. People were calling, recently, who was, I guess it was, Ms. Slater when she spoke about a facility. This is more like just a neighborhood, I guess, of some sort, without, much. I don't see any activities planned or how that would be done. What would be the relationship between, let's say, this community, if it is over 55 or over 62? Will they have a, I believe they use the term concierge, in the port as far as providing transportation. I would love to see, because this area is ideal for pedestrian use, because they could walk to the market. That if there would be, I don't know about parking in this, or what, if there'd be any restrictions on car ownership or something like that. We've seen that in some other projects. That might be something to look at. I think somebody had some issues from just observation. I think it was perhaps one of the letters that was sent in. There are drainage issues on this particular parcel, and I'm sure the applicant will look closely at that. I was wondering about visual impacts. I don't know if these are going to be 1 story or 2 story, but I know as I drove along, I would love to see, whatever kind of project that would go in there, maintain those mountain views, because there are some beautiful, very beautiful views, as you go along there. The wall idea, I would stay away from, because I know that was in the community plan. There's very strong feelings against walled communities. So to soften that, or just trees, fences. I did hear like sound walls. I don't know if the community would support that, because it came out several times during our updated community plan, not to have a walled community. So that's the start of my comments.
Okay, great. And who would like to go next? Commissioner Valencia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I see the project, and when the applicant indicates that he's willing to take out a couple of lots, he's got 22 on the exhibit that we have, willing to take 2 lots out to put a club room. I'm wondering, a club room that probably would have to be, the other 20 units would have to pay for the operation of the club room, and if they're seniors, it might be difficult for them, for 20 houses to maintain the club room. However, it may work out, it depends how fancy the club room is. Maybe just a meeting place, you don't have to have a major operation, but it's something to look at. I think single story would be the thing, because seniors can't go upstairs, have difficulty. I'm one. And the wall, I think the wall around 246, I travel there a lot. I think it would be necessary to attenuate the noise, because the traffic from the casino, or the traffic coming in from 154 crossing across, for all the people that go to work from Buellton and Solvang and all, they all use 154 to come around, wrap around. I mean, you'd have to do something for that noise. There is a lot of traffic, and but there's nice ways of doing it, you know, elevating it. Like to the right of this property, there's some property that's elevated, and then a fence with a lot of shrubs, and I'm sure attenuates all the noise. But if two lots went out and a clubhouse was in the center, say Lot 8 and Lot 9, I think it would be a beautiful project. When I first saw the thing, I thought, you know, it's one acre lots, executive. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. But then you're absolutely right. People do want to move down from 10 acre, 20 acre parcels. And I think it would be something good for the community. I don't like anything less than 7,000 for R1, so this is minimum 7,000. And I suspect that most of these people will, if they're moving down from those type of properties, they would be able to handle somebody to come and do their lawns and do the property and all. But I'm hoping that it's a single family, and we'd see that, I mean, a single story, and we'd see that in the development plan when it came in. But I think the project, in my eyes, has a considerable amount of merit. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Blau?
Yeah, when I first did my site visit, I thought, what a terrible place to put 1 acre home sites in. I mean, that's not appropriate for that parcel. I'm kind of convinced that it was not carefully looked at when we did the community plan for the area, to tell you the truth. I mean, it has more of a commercial feel to me than it did any kind of residential feel. And this kind of a project would actually be a great buffer, if you want, for the parcels that are behind it and to the side of it that are single-family larger residences. I applaud their idea of maybe taking out 2 lots and doing a community center, but it could be one that actually you could give away to a charity. And maybe this owners association would do part of it, and maybe they wouldn't. That could be a terrific way to maybe get rid of some of the costs if that was a concern to you. Not my problem. I don't care how you finance the thing and how you figure it out. What I look at is this an appropriate project for the parcels that surround the project? And I think it is. I would actually probably encourage you to try and find the 33 units so that you could do the 55 and older. You got enough room there to do it if you did some clustering or some other things. But if you decide to do 20 units and you want to do larger houses and make it 62, that doesn't bother me either. So I would encourage you to do it. As far as the community benefit, I agree that this is a community benefit because we don't have this kind of housing in the area. And I agree with you, you're not going to find it. I've looked at the same kind of a project because I'm doing a similar one in the city of Santa Maria, and I have not found one in Santa Ynez or anyplace else. So I think this is probably exactly the right thing for that kind of project, or that parcel.
Thank you. Commissioner Kuhn?
Well, I have to admit that I didn't think too deeply about the particulars of the development because, again, I feel this was, if this had been part of the discussion for the general plan amendment, we would have had the benefit of looking at a big picture the way we like to do planning. The community was so heavily involved in all aspects of the plan, and it went on for many, many years. I don't think that parcel can remain in open space indefinitely. It's probably miszoned the way it is. I'm open to the concept of senior housing, nice looking, not terribly dense, but well-located senior housing, and I can't find any reason why this parcel wouldn't be amenable to that. So I want to be encouraging in terms of the project, but the process is out of whack. It really should have been discussed. And so what we're going to do if the applicant decides to come forward is we're going to have a mini general plan review of this and the entire area. And I'm not sure all the factors that we'll have to bring to bear, but it's too bad the timing is off, and not off by a lot, but a significant amount.
Thank you. I sort of agree with both Commissioner Blau and Commissioner Cooney about some of the timing issues and about what might be appropriate on the site. I realize we're not here to discuss a development or even this particular development, but I live on the other side of the mountains in Goleta, and this kind of senior housing, this small lot, large home, just simply wouldn't be appropriate for a senior development where houses would be very much smaller. And I think that perhaps a clustered development would be more appropriate. I think it would provide a better community benefit because you'd get more housing units. You could provide greater setbacks from 246 because there are some design issues which are in the community plan. That's while you're going to have a sound wall there and landscaping, I think the community plan has some very particular ideas about sound walls and fencing up against 246. So I think you have a ways to go to figure out what goes here. We're not commenting, as I said, on the development, but I don't think you're there yet. I think you need to go back and rethink and perhaps get with the community to see what might be more appropriate for this site. A residential, I do feel that just because of the nature of the development along 246, with its being more educational and more commercial, that somehow this is sort of doesn't work, particularly with the residential right up against 246. But that's kind of how I look at it. I look at it with a slightly different view than those who live here, because I do live in an urban area where we do need senior housing. I live in a single-family home in a regular neighborhood, and I like the diversity of that neighborhood, from youngsters to people over 100. Living in a community that's just all age-restricted and same age, I find other benefits living in a more diverse community. So, anyway, not sure how you're going to proceed with that diversity of comments, but there you have it, and certainly good luck on whatever application you choose to submit. So with that, we've finished the hearing for this particular agenda item, and I'd like to get from the commission if you would like to proceed with our regular agenda item number 2, or go to lunch and come back. You want to go to lunch and come back at 1 o'clock? I'm sorry, with agenda item 1 at, let's come back at 12:45. Okay? Thank you. 12:45, so it's 50 minutes, okay. All right, I'm going to go get something.
M&S Engineers, Inc., agent for Sweeney Canyon, LLC, owner to consider the following. A, 09RZ4 application filed on February 25th, 2009. B, 09DVP5 application filed on February 25th, 2009. And to adopt the negative declaration 10 NGD2 pursuant to the state guidelines for implementation of CEQA.
Thank you. Ex parte and site visit disclosure, please. Commissioner Brooks.
Yes, I went by the site yesterday, and I saw a lot of activity out there in the vineyard, so
Great.
looks good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Commissioner Valencia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I visited the site, had a tour with David from Urban Planning Concepts, and met the owners and toured the facility with them.
No, this is Sweeney Canyon.
Oh, Sweeney
You're-
Canyon.
right.
I've already visited.
Okay. Commissioner Blau.
Yesterday.
Okay. And Commissioner Cooney. No. I visited this site when we first heard the project some time ago. Okay. Our staff presentation with Ms. Carmichael. Thank you.
All right, good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the Commission. The Sweeney Canyon Consistency Rezone and Development Plan projects were last reviewed by your Commission on April 14th, 2010. At that hearing, the project was continued to today's hearing in order for the applicants to complete the installation of 2.5 acres of vineyard, which has now been completed, and to provide the Commission with additional information pertaining to existing wineries in the area, traffic associated with importation of grapes to the site, special events, and also wastewater. In addition to the staff report and memo that was distributed at the April 14th hearing, you should also have an additional memo that's dated May 12th, 2010, including an attachment, and a number of public comment letters that were submitted in the last few days. To review, the project site is located at 2050 Sweeney Road, approximately 1 mile east of the city of Lompoc and 600 feet southeast of Highway 246. Highway 246 is located to the northwest and the San Ynez River to the southwest. All development associated with the proposed project would be located at a minimum setback of 200 feet from the top of bank of the San Ynez River. In order to be approved, the proposed winery project would require a consistency rezone. The subject 10.04 acre parcel is non-conforming as to size and is currently zoned general agriculture with a 40 acre minimum lot area pursuant to Ordinance 661. Surrounding properties primarily contain a land use designation of A240 and are zoned 40 AG and 100 AG under Ordinance 661. In order to be consistent with the current Land Use and Development Code, the zoning map is proposed to be amended to Ag 240 with a 40 acre minimum lot size, and it would remain non-conforming as to size. The proposed project includes a development plan to construct a new Tier 3 winery consisting of 2 buildings totaling 21,500 square feet with a maximum height of 41 feet. Upon completion, the winery would produce a maximum of 10,000 cases annually. The existing single-family residence and barn would remain, and the agricultural storage building would be relocated to the southern end of the project site. Domestic waste associated with the winery, tasting room, and special events would be accommodated by a new septic system. This septic system would be permitted through Environmental Health Services. Winery processed wastewater would be processed by an approved Regional Water Quality Control Board waste discharge system. The project site would continue to be accessed from Sweeney Road via Highway 246. For approximately the first 4 to 5 years, the recently planted on-site vineyard would not produce grapes for processing. As a result, all of the wine produced at the site during this time would come from grapes grown off-site on surrounding vineyards located within Santa Barbara and San Luis Obispo counties. P&D staff analyzed the high-intensity or the worst-case scenario traffic associated with the proposed winery and determined that the project would result in a maximum of 188 average daily trips to the site. This number includes traffic associated with wine tasting, employees, special events, and importation of grapes to the site. Truck traffic associated with the importation of grapes to the site would only occur during the 3-month harvesting period, which is September through November. And during this time, the project would be expected to generate a minimum of 5 and a maximum of 25 trips per week to the site. The applicant has reviewed the memo that was submitted to you with today's date, and they did have some different data, but the conclusions are essentially the same in the memo, so I wanted to mention that. Okay, the city of Lompoc is currently planning to drill a new water well, which is known as well number 11. This well would be located approximately 1,800 feet west of the proposed winery location on the opposite side of the San Ynez River. A report prepared for the applicant by Catherman Exploration indicates that the septic system and wastewater process treatment system associated with the proposed project would not adversely affect the proposed water well. And this conclusion is based upon the distance between the proposed well and the site, the difference in elevation between the two sites, and the fact that the design of the well includes a 75-foot sanitary cement seal, which would protect the well from any surface flows. A copy of this report has been provided to you in the memo that you received for today's hearing. The applicants are requesting a 100-foot reduction of the 400-foot setback from the nearest single-family residence located east of the project site, and an 87-foot reduction of the 200-foot setback from the adjacent property line to the northwest. The Land Use Development Code states that Tier 3 wineries may conduct 12 annual special events with a maximum of 200 attendees. The Sweeney project is proposing to conduct 10 annual special events with a maximum of 100 attendees per event. The Land Use Development Code also states that the minimum winery premises on which a special event shall occur is 20 acres. This requirement may be reduced if the review authority makes a determination that the character of the area and the type of the event makes the 20-acre winery premises site area unnecessary. This requirement provides the decision maker with the discretion to allow special events on winery premises that are less than 20 acres. Regardless of parcel size, special events proposed in conjunction with a winery must be evaluated to determine whether or not the site and the type of events proposed are compatible with the surrounding area. Staff concludes that the proposed project site would be appropriate for special events based upon its proximity to Highway 246, the limited amount of residential development in the surrounding area, and also the type of special events proposed. And those would consist of winemaker dinners, luncheons, and parties. All of the proposed events would end by 7 p.m., and any amplified sound associated with the events would end by 6 p.m. So this photo depicts 7 existing wineries which are located in the vicinity of the proposed Sweeney Canyon site. Out of these wineries, special events are permitted to be conducted at Melville, Sanford, and Foley Estates wineries. The Melville Winery is located approximately 6 miles northeast of the project site. And it's outlined in blue here. Hope you can see it. This site is 18.26 acres in size, and it's currently permitted for 12 annual special events with a maximum of 150 attendees. Okay, Sanford Winery is located on a 483-acre parcel out on Santa Rosa Road, and this winery is permitted for 7 annual special events, 5 of the events with 100 attendees and 2 with a max of 250 attendees. And then finally, Foley Estates Wineries is 448 acres in size, and this winery is permitted to conduct 24 annual special events with a maximum of 200 attendees. Okay. So in conclusion, staff recommends that the Planning Commission recommend to the Board of Supervisors to make the required findings for the project specified in Attachment A of the staff report, including CEQA findings, as amended in the memo dated April 14th, 2010. Adopt the negative declaration and mitigation monitoring program contained in the conditions of approval, and adopt the rezone ordinance included as Attachment D, and approve the project subject to the conditions included as Attachment B. Thank you. That concludes my presentation.
Questions, Commissioner Valencia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Carmichael, I had asked at the last meeting that you send some communication and information concerning the proposed winery to the Utilities Director, Mr. Ron Stassi at City of Lompoc, because they had some concerns about the well. Was that completed?
Yes, Madam Chair and Commissioner Valencia, I did contact Ron Stassi in the Utilities Department. I spoke with him over the phone a number of times and did email him a copy of the staff report with the negative declaration. He was having trouble receiving the email, so he actually directed me to contact Eric Erland, who works with him, and I spoke with Eric yesterday, and he received everything.
All right, fine. Thank you. There are no problems, I suspect, with them. They haven't called you back with any problems of any sort, any concerns?
No, they have not.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner Brooks.
Yes, staff, you had mentioned Foley with 448 acres. They're approved for 24 events. They're not on this list that we had received another time, so.
Chairman, Madam Chair, and Commissioner Brooks, they are on the list. They're actually listed under a different name than Foley. They're listed as, I'll tell you which one. They're listed as Rancho Santa Rosa number 24.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. I didn't see that. Thank you.
Okay. And this is the list from the Roblar item, just to clarify.
Ms. Carmichael, I have some questions concerning the events. In the staff report, it's indicated that they're having various and sundry events, wine club, luncheons, Fiddle Fest. Some of these events, I presume, are going to be inside the winery, or are they all going to occur outside?
Madam Chair, to my knowledge, the majority of the events would occur outside. The applicants are here. I don't know if anything's changed since the application originally came in, but that's what I was told.
Okay. And I noticed that in this list, which we got from from our earlier project, that, and I don't know how the accurate is, but it doesn't give us the listing of when events cease, so we don't really have any idea whether or not these hours are typical, normal. In your perusal of the material, are they in concert with what other wineries have?
Madam Chair, I believe that the majority of special events that we are currently permitting under the LUDC usually end by 10 o'clock p.m. The amplified noise associated with special events is required to end by 10 p.m. This project, the Sweeney project, is proposing to have the special events cease by 7 p.m. and then the amplified music by 6 p.m.
Great. Commissioner Blau.
Yeah, I just have two questions, and I'm going to have the same two questions for the next item as well. Under your conditions of approval, you've got construction activity limited Monday through Friday, 7 to 4 p.m. I'm curious why we would do that if that's really necessary for this site, and is that the current standard county condition? Because we have been writing these construction hours to be either site-specific if there's a need for it, or whatever the current county standard is. My concern is, less like we had this morning's meeting where we write these conditions in this condition of approval, the county later changes their mind about what construction hours should be, and now we have a conflict between the county standard and the conditions of approval. So I'm wondering if we need to modify the language in here to address whatever the current county standard is, or do we even need one at all for this winery? I mean, there's nobody around this thing.
Mr. Karamizos.
Yes, thank you, Chair Brown, Commissioner Blau. I would say that we should leave the condition in. I know that some of the neighbors are going to want it in there. As you know, and we've discussed before, we respond on a complaint basis. And so if things are proceeding and not disrupting the neighborhood, a little bit later ending or a little earlier start is not going to generate any issues. If there is a problem, then the permit compliance officer would get involved and ensure that the issue is addressed.
Okay, then my only concern would be to change the language in here to say, to reference the fact that the county should change their policy, the new policy would apply.
I would think that would be fine.
Okay, great. And then my other question is going to be my usual question. We're requiring a landscape installation bond and a maintenance bond, and I do not understand why we have an installation bond for landscaping. Your conditions further read that their occupancy permit is, one of the conditions to get occupancy permit is for landscaping to be complete. So I don't see the reason for bonding for the landscape installation. It's a waste of money, and I'll also tell you that currently it is becoming more and more difficult to get these kinds of bonds, especially for multi-years. The bonding companies have changed policies. So it's like, we don't bond for the completion of the construction, why would we bond for the completion of the landscaping? It doesn't make sense to me.
Madam Chair and Commissioner Blau, with respect to your first comment, I think we can easily just insert after the hours specified or other hours is adopted by the County of Santa Barbara, construction hours. The second, I don't have a problem with eliminating the installation bond on this particular project.
Great, thank you.
Okay. Commissioner, no? Any other questions by commissioners? If not, I will turn it over to the applicant.
Chair and Commissioners, it's
Afternoon, Ms. Beltranini.
nice to be before you again. I'm Tish Beltranini with M&S Engineers. And I've brought mostly photographs with me today. These are colored photos of the vineyard. It's in. That was why we delayed for one reason until today. So we're happy to report that that is in. I also have some redlined copies of the language in staff's traffic that we had forwarded to staff that I wanted you to see. Our conclusion is the same in calculating truckloads as it was when we spoke last time around, and that is the 30 truck as opposed to the 60 truck worst case scenario calculated by staff. However, I did also attach a photograph of the typical vehicle that, because we talk about truckloads, and this is the vehicle actually that brings the grapes to her. And so Kathy herself edited this to reality, to reflect the reality of what at 10,000 cases, and using our calculations that we use normally with projects on this. Nonetheless, as Dana said, it doesn't change the traffic calculations or the negative declaration with respect to that. So now we're down to a place where I have to say to you that I don't come to you today asking for an industrial facility for a winery. We've pretty much settled all of that. I appreciated all of your support for Kathy's new winery. What I'm asking you for is a home for her winery where she can carry on traditions. These are not new parties. These are tiny indoor luncheons. And I'm going to pass around photographs of her typical events. She likes to have them in among the barrels at sit-down dinners. When you're having a release party, you dip right into the barrel right there in the barrel room. There are a few outdoor things they do with education in the vineyard. These are actual pictures of these 7 luncheon events. She does not want nighttime events, does not want sound after 6 p.m. And the only area outside that would be slightly used is right outside the door into her barrel room where there's some lawn by the barn. But her events are generally indoor. They're a lot smaller than 100 people sometimes, as you can see. She volunteers once in a while. The extra events she wanted were basically to host these educational things she loves to do about the sommeliers and the servers in the tasting room, and teaching them how to educate people about enjoying wine responsibly. So, in that context, these are very small traditional parties that I would like her to be able to have in her home for Fiddlehead Cellars. We're pretty far into this. Staff was very encouraging, and we appreciate their recommendation for approval. A lot of investment has been made out there. Every one of our neighbors has, sent you in letters, including those impacted by the reduced setbacks. They're all in the record, as well as other people. So I'm going to end my testimony reading a letter that Kathy wrote from New Orleans. Dear Commissioners, I'm sorry I'm unable to attend today's meeting because of a long-standing business trip vacation with my husband. As many of you are aware, I've been the owner and active winemaker of Fiddlehead Cellars for more than 20 years. I purchased property in the county on Santa Rosa Road in 1996, which I developed into Fiddlesticks Vineyard. My winery is located in the Sobani Business Park, and I have dedicated much of my marketing around promoting the Santa Rita Hills and Lompoc area. The success of my business is directly related to my ability to educate my customers about where and how my wines are made. In order to promote my brand over the years, I have learned that events are instrumental in capturing the attention of new customers and in keeping the attention of customers focused on my brand. Events serve to educate them about our unique geography, our special climate, and my attention to detail in both the vineyard and in the winery. This is very personal contact It is what creates educated, responsible, and loyal customers. Over the years, I've sponsored a number of events at my winery for consumers, sommeliers, and industry professionals. All have been essential to my growing success, and there is no substitute for allowing my customers to experience where the wine is made. In this highly competitive climate and fragile economy, I believe the development of our 10-acre project cannot be successful without the ability to draw customers to the site via controlled events. In particular, I don't believe Fiddlehead Cellars can succeed at this location without the ability to do the events requested. We have diligently given attention to the size and structure of our proposed event program. By limiting the event requests to 10 per year, limiting them to less than 100 attendees, and halting amplified music early at 6 p.m. The plan accommodates parking, water, and septic needs all on the site, and we have overwhelming support of our neighbors. I'm comfortable with the limitations in the staff report, but it is clear to me that without the events requested, this project is not feasible for Fiddlehead Cellars. It's my understanding that for the property of our size, each request must be evaluated on a case-by-case basis. In your review of our entire proposal, we want you to be aware that we are extremely respectful of preserving the ag environment. We are diligent custodians of the land, and we will be good neighbors. I hope we've addressed your concerns and that I can count on your support. Thank you for your consideration to this Fiddlehead Cellars request. As I said, we have no commercial kitchen. I watched the previous hearing with great interest. Small indoor events, you can see the photographs of the reality of it. We're one of the first wineries I've ever seen to actually list their events and the times and dates in their project description. That's better than even a condition of approval. There it is. And these are events that have taken place for decades here. They're not new events. And this is a home for a long time winery. If you look at your existing ordinance right now, let's see, properties 5 acres or under can have charitable events 5 times a year for 300 over 5 acres. You can have unlimited 300. Our ordinances are all over the place. We really need to sit down like we did with the task force. We don't know what the definition is anymore. We don't know who's exempt. People read it and say, oh, I can just do this because it says in this definition I'm exempt. But this is not a precedent. This is the norm. Look at those tables attached to Roblar. And this is a winery that's made a lot of investment and has been in the pipeline a long time. So, yes, we desperately need to find funding and sit down and talk about the ag zones and the events and all the issues that the last hearing brought up. But today, here and now, these are the ordinances we're under, and I don't think what we're asking for in this rural area with the support of the neighborhood, that's where you get your discretion. Thank you.
I have a question.
Yeah. Commissioner Blau.
Yeah. Just looking at your pictures, hard for me to count, but I don't see more than 80 people in those pictures. And if I understand the ordinance correctly and understand your condition correctly, if you have an event with 79 or less people, it's not considered an event and doesn't count. Do I have that right? Maybe it's a question for staff.
I will agree that many of her events may very well be 60-person.
Well, I guess the issue is, what you're agreeing to, this restriction is, or I guess what you were asking for is 10 or more events that 80 or more people. So all those events and dinners you have that are less than 80 people, they're not considered an event that you need to count. So you may not have a problem with what you're asking for.
And in the previous
Am I correct?
hearing, I'm sorry, I think we saw that things are in such a state of flux that for a business plan to work, you have to know what you can and cannot do.
Well, I think the problem was for the prior hearing you saw, their event was any number of people. There wasn't a number. they didn't have it defined. Yours is defined as 80 or more. So.
Yes,
Madam Chair and Commissioner Blau, that's correct. You would be issuing a permit under the winery section of the ordinance. Then the winery section of the ordinance defines a winery special event as an event of less than 1 day occurring on the winery premises, attended by 80 or more people, including concerts with or without amplified sound, weddings, etc.
Right, so all those less than 80 don't count. You have all those you want.
As long as it's during, during
as long
the
as 1
normal
day and
operation.
drop hours, right.
Normal operating hours.
Right, perfect.
Ms. Beltranena, how large is the applicant's vineyard on Santa Rosa Road? Do you know the acreage of that?
100
Okay.
acres, yes, 100 acres out,
Okay.
right across from Sanford is where it is
Right,
located. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions by commissioners? None? Okay, then I'm going to go ahead and open up the public comment portion, and thank you. And our first speaker will be Wes Hagan.
Good afternoon. I'm Wes Hagan. I'm a wine grape grower. I'm a winemaker. I'm also an educator and environmentalist, and I stand in strong support of this project. I also attended the last event that Fiddlehead hosted for 30 to 50 sommeliers from all over the country. And I just wanted to mention that it really is important to also consider in these things the passion in the wine industry and the ability to stand and feel the wind and see the fog and see the place where the wines are grown. It becomes so important to understanding what we do as wine growers. And what we put in the bottle, to us, is our life and is our passion. And sharing that with people, it's so vital for them to understand what the French call the terroir, the feeling of that place. And as we move forward, I hope that the county can see that our passion is reflected, and you give us back our ability to share that passion and to share the flavor that we make from the soil. One of the greatest agricultural vehicles for showing flavor to these people that want to come and experience the magic of northern Santa Barbara County. That's all I have to say, and thank you, and I do stand in strong support of this project.
Thank you. Stephen Russell, please.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, I am Stephen Russell. I am winemaker and owner for Prodigal Wines. I'm also a member of the board of the Santa Rita Hills Wine Growers Alliance. I represent both my own personal views and the views of the Alliance to you. Needless to say, we are in strong support of Kathy's project, and I would like to tell you precisely why. To do that, I have to first tell you that I graduated from the UC Davis winemaking program in 1960. Now, some of my colleagues would have you believe that I was the first graduate, but that is not true. To be the first graduate, I would have to be Methuselah, but I am an early graduate. And the reason that I point that out to you, 50 plus years ago, Napa and Sonoma were in approximately the same condition vis-a-vis the economics of their winemaking industries as we are here in Santa Barbara County. The thing that Kathy is proposing to do is to build a very attractive, very fine winery that will draw people to this area. If we expect to realize the economic potential that the wine industry offers to Santa Barbara County, we need to have wineries that are magnets that will bring people to this area as a destination area. In my opinion, Kathy's project is one of those wineries. For that reason, both I and the members of the Alliance, which consists of over 40 vineyard owners and winemakers, strongly support it, primarily on the basis of its potential economic impact on the area. Thank you very much. I'll be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
I do have one question from something you said about the importance of this particular winery. This, as I from what I read, it's not a particularly big winery. Is there some, what is the uniqueness? Why do you all speak to the uniqueness about this particular winery and its importance?
I'm not suggesting for a second that this is unique in the sense that there's nothing else like it. What I am specifically saying, this is another very good, very attractive winery that is creating a very positive reputation for this area, particularly in terms of the Santa Rita Hills, particularly in terms of Lompoc. And people are attracted to this kind of a project. I know you have seen pictures of the Sweeney Road site. In my opinion, this is going to greatly improve the appearance of that site. We now are going to have a vineyard. We're going to have very attractive, conservatively designed buildings that I think will be a very positive thing for the community at large and for Santa Barbara County in general.
Thank you. Anybody else? No? Okay. And
Thank you.
thank you. I'll close the public comment portion and bring it back to the commission for any questions. Staff? No? Commissioner Cooney?
Madam Chair, I would like to have staff's reaction to the Environmental Defense Center letter of May 10 with regard to the negative declarations discussion of greenhouse gas emissions. As I read the letter, it appears that they're not addressed particularly to this project as much as to the county's methodology for analyzing greenhouse gas emissions. And yet it is with regard to this project that they raise the issue. So it needs to be addressed, and I'm interested if staff has any response.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Cooney, I'll address that first, and Ms. Black may have some follow-up on that. What the letter is referring to is a change to the CEQA guidelines, and the change happened in February and became operative on March 18th of 2010. It's section 15064.4, and it requires a determination of significance of impact of greenhouse gas emissions. Because it became operative in March, it wasn't in effect at the time of this negative declaration, and the county, pursuant to CEQA guidelines section 15007, the county has 120 days after the effective date of the guideline amendments to begin compliance with it. So we actually haven't even come to that 120th day when this would take effect for us for compliance. But in addition to that, if a document meets the content requirements in effect at the time that the document is sent out for public review, then the document does not, in this case the negative declaration, does not need to be revised to conform with any changes.
Go ahead, Ms. Black.
Madam Chair and Commissioner Cooney, just to speak to the issue a bit further, so the commission doesn't think we're waiting until the 120th day to try and address this issue. We have a number of people in the department who are coordinating and working on this with the Air Pollution Control District staff, and we will come up with an approach within that 120 days that will be compliant with the law. Whether we have a formally adopted threshold or not is a different issue, but we will certainly have an approach to both quantify and mitigate greenhouse gas emissions within that time frame.
Madam Chair, may I follow? Is that a staff level decision in terms of what the threshold would be for the county? Or is that something that goes through the review authority?
Madam Chair and Commissioner Cooney, no, it is not a staff level decision on the threshold. We will come up with an approach for the county to consider that threshold language will actually come to your commission and will be adopted by the Board of Supervisors. That may not occur within 120 days, but what you will see is quantification and evaluation of greenhouse gases and mitigation in advance of being able to formally adopt a threshold.
And generally, I gather the CEQA amendment applies across the board to all projects that are analyzed for environmental impact.
That's correct.
So all of our projects will be subject to this analysis, whether they come before or after we have formal guidelines adopted within the county.
That's correct.
Okay.
So, Ms. Black, then it will be only upon the adoption of the formal guidelines that is sort of the hallmark for whether or not projects have to pass that scrutiny of greenhouse gas analysis.
Maybe I misspoke in answering Commissioner Cooney's question. So let me just rephrase what I intended to communicate. Within 120 days of March 18th, so I think that's July, we will be analyzing greenhouse gases in compliance with the law. We may not have a formally in fact, it's pretty likely we won't have a formally adopted threshold at that point, but the law doesn't require that we have a formally adopted threshold. It requires that we comply with CEQA. So there may be a period of time where we don't have a formal, finally adopted threshold.
Thank you for that clarity.
And Madam Chair, and I'll just clarify that what CEQA requires is that public agencies comply with new amendments to CEQA the earlier of the time when the agency adopts procedures to comply, or the 120th day. So, either way, we'll have to comply by the 120th day, but if we came up with procedures before that, we would begin compliance.
Great. Okay, if there are no further questions, this is a 4th district item, and would you like to lead us all off here, Commissioner Valencia?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Just a little history. Back about 10 years ago, we started with the wine industry there in the Lompoc area in the Sabani Industrial Center, and people started doing little wineries there, 1,000 cases, 1,500 cases to 3,000 cases. And the quality of the wine was so good that many of these people started expanding their operations. And one of the wineries that's there, I don't remember all the names, I think it's Flying Goat, and it's a big name, and there's Palomino or something else. I can't remember all the names, but I've been around there, and they've just done such a wonderful job that the area has been named the Lompoc Wine Ghetto. And people were coming from all over the state to come in on Saturdays or Sundays to see if these warehouses were open so they could have a drink of this famous wine. They're only producing 1,500, 2,000 cases, but the word was out. And some of these facilities now have grown, and this is an outgrowth from, of course, Fiddlehead, which is out on Santa Rosa Road. But some of the ones in the wine ghetto have moved now down to Central Avenue, and they're expanding their operation. And this is really getting Lompoc on the map. It's really something big. And I'm very happy that this particular operation with on Sweeney Road is going to give us an opportunity to have a place where they can have events from within the community. People come in, buses come in. As you know, the wine festival is held there on River Park, and they have sometimes between 80 and 120 wineries there showing their wines off. And it gets so crowded that the Highway Patrol has to be out there governing these people, make sure that there aren't any accidents. It has gotten to be such a popular thing that it rates with the Lompoc Flower Festival now. It is a big event, and we're proud to have that with us. And of course, we're also proud that Jackie Joseph, an award-winning winemaker, is now going to have a facility there right on the outskirts of the city. So we're very proud of this thing. Throughout the community, I have not heard one negative comment about this project. Everybody's enthused about it, and because of the downturn of the economy, everybody says this is going to create even more interest and help our community. In the past, the Lompoc community had a $80 million quarter-year retail sales. This last year, the worst reporting quarter, we were down to $67 million. I mean, that's quite a loss. And so anything that raises up those sales within the community is going to help our area considerably. Although this is outside the city limits, it brings people into the hotels, it brings in people to the gas stations, to the markets, and we're looking forward to bringing this as a big economic vitality to our community. And with that, unless my fellow commissioners have some questions, I'd like prepared to make a motion.
Commissioner Brooks.
Yes, I have a question, and I don't know if staff or one of the owners would like to answer. Will Fiddlehead keep the location in the Lompoc Wine Ghetto once you know, this project would, if this project is.
I'm glad you asked that question because I heard something about the winery on Santa Rosa Road, and that's only vineyard out there.
Right.
And no, this is for her to move into this facility from there. And, you know, that facility, if you've ever been there, is very, very cramped, hence the tiny capacity for tables and things. But this is a little bit nicer, you know, but she will be moving her operation completely to this location. Yes.
I'll make some of my comments now then. I do support this. At our previous hearing, I think this facility, you know, is going to be, you know, very, very important for the wine industry in Lompoc, because, you know, some of the wineries are out in the more rural areas, but, you know, this will bring people closer into the urban limits where we have, you know, other the wineries, the at the ghetto that's there. I think when we talk about Miss Joseph and her reputation, she does have a stellar, you know, reputation, you know, in the wine industry, because she does emphasize the educational aspects, you know, of what she does. I think these pictures show the people coming in, they're learning, you know, about the process, the appreciation of wine. And I noticed in the listing of her events, you know, she did, I think there was one that would be for the Harvest Festival. There's one, you know, there's one for her wine club. I think there was another one that, you know, is, you know, for educational reasons, you know, not necessarily the wine pairing or whatever, but she just has that thrust to her presentations versus, you know, the wild parties and even, you know, weddings of that nature. Again, 3rd District, I just have to be, you know, I am concerned. I know we can't, I use that term several, you know, in previous hearings. Well, you know, we don't want to set a precedent, you know, the fact that, you know, this is under the 20-acre recommendation, and they're all recommendations. We're looking at, you know, 10 acres. And the location seems to be okay, you know, as far as the events. You know, the access to 246, every time I go in and out there, doesn't seem to be a problem. It's just if we go ahead and allow this smaller setting, you know, to have these special events, you know, even the 10. When I think about it, if we have allow 10 events for under 100 people, but yet legally she could do, you know, as long as she kept the number under 80, you can do however number you want. It seems to me, you know, again, trying to avoid setting the precedent so that this doesn't spread, let's say, throughout, you know, the San Ynez Valley. You know, maybe who knows when someday what will happen down at the Gaviota Coast and other locations, you know, throughout the county. You know, I would like to say, you know, just keep the events to that 80 or 79. I guess you can allow 79 people versus now tweaking the precedent's been set, I guess, out in Melville, because you have, what, 19 acres? 19 acres at Melville, and they're allowed 12 events. Yeah, I could see how maybe that could be done, though, because Melville is in a more rural area as far as parking, and, you know, you don't have the impacts that you might have, you know, that might be more so in this location, you know, where the Sweeney Canyon will be. Neighbors are not complaining. We've had, I think, one letter from somebody who is adjacent or close by, concerned about the amplified music. I think earlier in the process, we had a letter from somebody out on Sweeney Road, somewhat concerned about traffic coming out of the winery and then just going looky-looing, you know, down Sweeney. That probably could be deterred with a little sign, you know, 246 is to the left, not to the right. Again, everything about the project, you know, is follows rules. It's up to the standards, but, you know, this event situation, you know, has me thinking, You know, I would prefer that we look real closely at it and, you know, perhaps just push out the, you know, just support the idea that perhaps, you know, maybe the under 80 every weekend, whatever, but just not to set the precedent for other possible small wineries under that 20-acre limit, you know, would come in and ask for the same thing.
Commissioner Blau?
I'm prepared to support the project with the changes I talked about earlier, the 2 changes.
Commissioner Cooney?
Well, Madam Chair, I appreciate Commissioner Brooks' concerns here with the smaller size property, but I also think that we do have discretion to allow the request based on the language of the ordinance if we're satisfied that the size and location will not interfere with the concerns of the surrounding neighborhood and community. I'm wondering, it would make a big difference to me if the events that have been held and the events that are proposed to be held, and Ms. Beltranena made a good point, these are spelled out to a large extent in the project description. 4 of 10 events are not specific to a particular date. The other 6 are, but they all appear to be indoor related. And question I have is, why do we need outdoor amplified sound at all in association with these events? If the applicant were to indicate that unamplified music was satisfactory for the events, I could see supporting the reduced size. But in the absence of that, it's not the number of events here, as has been indicated. Many of them could occur if under the 80 limit and not up to 100, and perhaps some of them are. But I think the neighborhood and the precedent for outdoor amplified music, even music just going all day and ending by 6 o'clock, is a concern. So I'm hesitating to support the project right now. I'm not indicating I will oppose it, but the amplified sound is my hang-up.
You know what I find interesting as I look over the list that occurred with our first conceptual review item is that projects generally tended to get smaller and or the size of the project upon which it exists, and the number of events just seems to keep getting bigger. So in some ways, while I have problems with, I don't have problems with the number of events. I think they're somewhat controlled. And I think the location of the winery is particularly, I think, is okay. I kind of like it. I think it'll, as Ms. Beltranena indicated, it'll make that corner somewhat, or one of our speakers indicated, it'll really spruce up that corner and make it really quite attractive. I'm just wondering, you know, we tend to look at amplified music as just affecting the winery, but we know, and we've heard from many community and neighbors, speakers with all of our many projects where there's amplified music, that they're affected, that they can hear wherever when these projects are having outdoor amplification to their events, and it does in fact affect the neighborhood. Now, we've heard from several neighbors, but of course we've only heard from them because they support the project, but they haven't been subjected to outdoor amplification for 6 hours for any of these events. Now, I doubt that the amplified events would be over the course of the entire period, but and perhaps, Commissioner Cooney, one of your concerns, if it could be perhaps a shorter period, or I'm not sure what you might be thinking there in terms of the amplified sound, because I can't imagine that for most of these events you'd need them from 11 to 6.
Madam Chair, if I could just clarify, my concern is with the outdoor
Right.
amplified sound.
Right,
And
exactly.
I don't have a problem if they have 100 people or more inside,
Right,
and
it's the
they're
outdoor
using
amplified
it. But when they take the party outside, so to speak, and it affects the surrounding neighborhood, 10 acres is not a large amount of land. There's a reason that the ordinance calls for 20 acres. And I guess I'm supporting that concept with regard to amplified sound, as opposed to the setback, as opposed to the number of events. I'm not concerned about those because I don't think they intrude beyond the property lines, and the traffic issues appear to be mitigated.
Okay, Commissioner Valencia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, concerning the noise, the only thing that noise is going to bother is the equipment from the county that's parked out there. There isn't anybody living out there. There isn't anybody around there except for one or two houses way up south of the site. You can amplify sound there to 65 dB, and by the time you get to the end of that perimeter, you're not going to hear much. The wind blows pretty hard, and the wind blows easterly, and so the sound would be sent off to another area. Where the mountains are, there's like a canyon goes. You can't hear anything. In the Lompoc, this is a Lompoc Valley type thing. In the Lompoc Valley, we have the Flower Festival. We have speakers on blasting for 5 days straight, right in the middle of town. We have the high school right in the middle of town. We have Little League games going on with amplified sound. We have youth football, soccer. We all use amplified sound in the city. There's no problem. We use it in the parks. There's no problem. We don't have a major problem with it. In this particular area, it's an isolated area. There aren't any people out there. So it's not going to bother anybody. And as far as people in the community, I've yet to hear one person complain about this. Everybody is looking forward to this thing because they've been going to Butler buildings to have events in the past, and now they'll be able to go to a nice country facility. This is the first one. The commissioner of the 3rd District is talking about that, well, we don't want to set a precedent. You got about 40 of these out in the San Ynez Valley, or Los Olivos, Ballard, and all that, and Los Alamos, and all these other areas. This is the first one in the Lompoc Valley, the first one, and we're looking forward to it. So I hope you don't restrict it to any. I mean, there shouldn't be any restrictions. Anything they want out there, they should be able to get because they're not asking for anything unreasonable.
Ms. Beltranena, you look like you're poised to respond to.
Just thought I would be called up, regarding questions on conditioning.
Well, I guess my question for you is concerning the amplification of music. The events are listed, and I'm not sure if these are going to be probably outdoor events. I mean, are you actually going to be having from 11 to 6 every day and amplify on these particular 6 events?
No, actually, a lot of the events are, as you can see, they're sit-down luncheons.
Right.
And then they have an area in the barrel room where they have some amplified sound, and people may, dance around a little or enjoy the music. But these are bigger buildings than what you see there. Of course, you'll have more space inside, but they're technically, most of the events, as I said, are indoor, where you sit down among the barrels at these beautiful tables. They do have outdoor things where they do education in the vineyard, but that's not amplified sound. That's people, gathering together to talk about the vineyard itself.
Well, I guess the question for me is the outdoor amplified sound. Indoor, I have no problems with, or the number of events. Is it possible to quantify what is going to occur outdoors with the amplified sound? I mean, what you've listed here could be either indoor or out.
It could, and if the commission wants to quantify that in the language, we certainly would be amenable to anything that would make the commissioners, feel better about it. The only sensitive use is that residents beyond the big green hedge that we already planted. They did submit a letter, and of course the barn, creates quite a buffer. So, as was stated, I think most of the sound will be at the road yard and, out towards the highway and Sweeney Canyon Road. But, whatever we can do to make the commission comfortable with their decision, we'll work with you. But, as I said, most of these events are indoor, and the music is indoors with the tables and the surroundings.
Thank you. I just have a question for staff. When events are permitted with amplified music, it's outdoor. Those events are somehow limited. I mean, they're not given from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. or what? How is it? Are they in fact quantified in some way when you do that kind of permitting, or no? It's just a certain period of time. It's a broad period of time. No, all right. So it's Ms. Black.
Madam Chair, we don't separately permit those events. We typically require that people report on the events that they had.
Right.
And the event can occur anytime within those hours.
And it can occur either indoors or outdoors.
I think that's correct.
Yeah, Chair Brown, that's correct. I can tell you that the issues are the outdoor amplification. And it's not necessarily just the music of the entertainment that's in the middle or near the end. We get calls about loudspeakers. Maybe they're directing traffic or something, and it's bothering someone. And so we are pretty successful when there is a nuisance or a complaint through permit compliance dealing with it. Oftentimes, because they're weekend events, it's a follow-up. But then there is success then in the future. Not always, but I mean, this is the type of thing that happens. So it's not just the entertainment, but it's going to be whatever's going on a loudspeaker, directing people, or many, many types of things that are amplified, and they're carrying further because of that.
Well, Commissioner Valencia, you've heard staff's experience. Does that change your mind? Anything?
No, Madam Chair, let me tell you, right across the street is River Park. And River Park has from 500 to 3,000 people there sometimes on weekends with amplified music, and it's walking distance, River Park. Facilities, there's 3 areas, staging areas where they have events, and there's amplified music. You hear more noise from Home Depot, which is across the river, saying, will so-and-so number 7 go to aisle 13 or something? You'll hear that more than you would hear anything from this facility. And I think to hamper this first facility going in, which is probably going to be our flagship for the community and setting standards, I think it would be wrong. I really,
Commissioner Blau.
I was just going to make a suggestion. I don't think we need to restrict this particular project from any amplified sound. If the amplified sound continues to become a problem, then let's address that problem countywide. I mean, it's not impossible for the board to take an action in the future to say that there can be no amplified sound of any kind, or they can further restrict it or do whatever. But I don't think we need to go project by project in this particular one. And I think Commissioner Concha is correct. I think we can leave it the way it is. I'm sure it's not going to be a problem. If amplified sound becomes a huge problem in this county, let's address it countywide, not parcel by parcel. That'd be my suggestion here.
Well, I guess what concerns me is everything Commissioner Valencia says about amplified sound occurs in an urban area. This is on an ag zone parcel. It's one thing to get it in an urban area where River Park, you probably expect that with these big events. It's another thing to get it out in the supposed rural area. Unfortunately, I don't think that the county doesn't have the capability of addressing some of these issues with the kind of alacrity that's needed to respond to complaints about some of the problems that are encountered with some of these projects. And while I agree that it'd be better to do it on a countywide basis, that it's sometimes easier just to condition the project when you have it before you, because you know that may help facilitate or help with some of the future issues. But anyway, I seem to be in the minority here speaking about some of the noise effects, so I'm not sure we want to go with this. Commissioner Brooks.
Yes, my issue, of course, is it's really not the noise. Of mine is the fact that we don't have the 20 acres here, and I think one of my other commissioners mentioned there must have been a reason for these policies to be set up in the first place. I know that area very well. Maybe the noise wouldn't be that much of a problem. I know. There might be other uses directly across the street, coming on, I don't know. The thing with Sweeney Road, I did notice it was in today's paper. There was a party on Sweeney Road on Easter Sunday. I guess there was an incident. There were 300 people. It was at somebody's house. And unfortunately, there was an incident, but I was reading that this morning at my Ed Hat, and I'm thinking, my goodness, that is a big party. And, there are some issues about, Sweeney Road and what's going to be coming, if other wineries are, going to be established on Sweeney Road. Again, I talked to, and I probably should have said that in ex parte, I did speak, Ms. Joseph called me and explained that she wouldn't be at the hearing today, and I discussed the possibility, could you get this to 20 acres somehow? And I guess they did investigate, getting more acreage, and it just, wasn't a possibility. And again, unfortunately, I'm going to, I'm staying with the, the idea of the 20-acre minimum, for this one. So noise, everything else is related to that, it's just the policy. I'll certainly respect my commissioner's decisions.
Commissioner Cooney.
Well, I just want to make it clear, my objection is narrow and it's specific. It does relate to the size of the parcel. It's clearly within the discretion of the Planning Commission not to allow special events on this parcel at all. And what I'm saying I would support is the project exactly as applied for, as long as any outdoor amplified sound is not permitted. And if the applicant wants to go ahead and have a vote on that basis, then I would oppose the project. But it would be easy to satisfy me, and it looks like the real use intended and the historic use of the project has not required outdoor amplified sound. So that's the basis for the objection. And to my fellow Commissioner Valencia, for whom I have tremendous respect, you use the word reasonable. You think they ought to be allowed everything they're doing there because it's reasonable. I think the issue is what may be reasonable in one case is not in another, and I just guess we disagree as to the amplified sound. I'm not talking about the Little League field or the high school or any of the other amplified sound in town. This is clearly within our discretion. I don't think the precedent of smaller parcels being able to have outdoor amplified sound is a good one. So I'm sorry it hits this project first, but I'll be consistent with that in the future.
Madam Chair, I appreciate the comments of my former friend. No, I understand, fine. The objective, there's an objective here is to get that winery going, and then there's some fine points that need to be tuned out. There's always such a thing as an appeal, and that there's all kinds of avenues to take care of things. The point is get the winery approved now, and I'd like to move forward with that.
I wonder if you wouldn't consider just outdoor events are fine, but no amplified music outdoors.
That would be fine. We'll do that.
Okay. Ms. Black.
Madam Chair, just to remind the commission, this is a recommendation to the board because there's a rezone associated with it.
Absolutely.
So the board will be the
We'll act on
final
it all.
decision maker
Yes.
on this.
Okay.
Right. Are we ready?
Okay.
Yes.
Just a reminder, condition 13 is the construction condition, and we will actually want to change those hours to 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. because that's
Correct.
what's in the
Yes.
winery ordinance.
Mhm.
And then, or other
Eight.
standards subsequently adopted by the county.
As changes
And then
submitted.
condition 40 on deleting the requirement for an installation.
And for the noise, you're gonna reference if there's a
Yes.
change in the,
Or other standard subsequently adopted by the county.
perfect.
Ready?
Okay.
And with that, Madam Chair, I recommend that the Board of Supervisors make the required findings for the project specified in Attachment A of the staff report, including the CEQA findings and including changes mentioned at this meeting. Recommend that the Board of Supervisors adopt the negative declaration and adopt the mitigation monitoring program containing conditions of approval, subject to changes, and recommend that the Board of Supervisors approve the project subject to the conditions included as Attachment B with all changes input at this meeting.
And I'll second it.
And Madam Chair, just for clarity, the project description condition number 1 on page B2, in the, toward the bottom of the page, it says the winery is proposing to have 10 annual special events with a maximum of 100 attendees at each event. Amplified music for the special events is proposed. We just delete that and indicate no amplified music.
Okay.
No outdoor amplified music is permitted.
Right.
Okay.
I think we would also then, to be consistent, modify condition 14 would address this, so it would be consistent throughout.
And before you vote,
Yes.
I neglected to remind the commission that we did receive a letter that was more than a page long. And it was received late. It is the EDC letter that your commission referred to, and so if you wanted that to be included in the record, we would need to.
Okay, do we need to vote
have a
that separately
motion.
into the record?
Yes,
Okay.
if you choose to.
Because that letter is, it was referred to and discussed as something that we need to address, and our staff did address it, I think it's appropriate to include it in the record. So I would move that we do accept the multi-page letter in this instance.
Okay. I'll second that one.
Okay, and all in favor of that, respond by saying aye.
No.
Aye.
And there's
One no.
One no. Okay. Carries it 4-1. Okay, so now we're on to Commissioner excuse me.
We're waiting for the vote now.
Madam
We
Chair,
made the motion.
I just have
Second.
one revision to the motion. There was staff's recommendation in the staff report is actually missing one item, which is up on the screen. It's the third item.
Okay.
Recommending that the Board of Supervisors adopt the rezone ordinance. So I just wanted to
So
recommend
moved.
that we add that to the motion.
And the second agrees.
Okay, with all the changes as
Right.
mentioned by
Yes.
Ms. Black. All right.
Correct.
So,
I have one more item for discussion. I'm going to throw this out to you, and I'm not sure that it's appropriate for this one, but maybe we can think about this in the future, because this is going to come back up again and again. I was contemplating dealing with the noise issue, to give the staff the ability to prohibit outdoor noise upon complaints. In other words, we could allow the outdoor music, but we could have a condition that says that should staff receive a number of complaints, they would have the ability to prohibit any further outdoor music. It kind of allows it where it's not a problem, and if it becomes a problem, there's an easy way to solve it. And I'm not sure we need to do that here today, because I'm getting tired of talking about this, but it might be an issue that the staff wants to think about and talk about at some later date.
Right.
A kind of a condition that would give you the ability to cure a problem if there was a problem. If there's not a problem, then they don't need to do anything about it. And I think that would be really fair to the future.
Okay.
And it also would give the ability for whoever the vendor is or the winery, if they properly control it, do it the right hours, keep the noise level at a proper level, it may never be a complaint for a neighbor. By the same token, if we have someone that we have allowed outdoor music and they abuse the privilege, there's a way to solve the public's problem. So if you don't think about that, I'd agree.
all right, okay.
Would appreciate that. And that's something that could actually discuss at the board level too, if you are so inclined to get it between now and then.
Okay. No further discussion. I'll have Ms. Rodriguez call for the question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Brooks?
No.
Commissioner Cooney?
Aye.
Commissioner Valencia?
Aye.
Commissioner Blau?
Aye.
Commissioner Brown?
Aye.
Motion passes 4-1.
Great. Okay. There you have your project. Thank you. Okay, we'll take a 5-minute break to set up for our last item for the day. Thank you. Okay, back on the record for our agenda item number 2 for this afternoon. And Ms. Rodriguez, please read that item into the record.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The following is the hearing on the request of David Swank of Urban Planning Concepts, agent for ARC Vineyards LLC, owner, to consider the following. A, 08 DVP 32, application filed on November 5th, 2008. B, 08 CUP 74, application filed on November 5th, 2008. C, 08 LLA 16, application filed on November 5th, 2008. And to adopt the negative declaration 10 NGD 6 pursuant to the state guidelines for implementation of CEQA.
Thank you. Ex parte and site visit disclosure, please. Commissioner Cooney.
Oh, sorry, that's left over from the last project.
Okay.
I didn't have a chance yet
Okay,
to see
that's
this
fine.
project.
Great. Commissioner Brooks.
Yes, I did have a site visit yesterday. Very
Okay,
beautiful.
and Commissioner Valencia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had a site visit with Mr. Swank and the owners of the property and toured the facility.
Okay, Commissioner Blau.
Yesterday.
Okay, great. And I had one bright and early this morning, and I appreciate both the applicant and his agent meeting me for a tour of the site. So with that, Ms. Carmichael, thank you.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair, and members of the Commission. The ARC Vineyards project includes the request for approval of a development plan for a new winery of approximately 40,180 square feet, a conditional use permit for the construction of 4 farm employee dwellings with a combined total of approximately 10,250 square feet, and a lot line adjustment between 2 parcels. The project site is located east of Highway 101 and south of Clark Avenue, just outside of the Orchid Community Planning Area boundary. And the site is located in a semi-rural area of the county with surrounding land uses mainly consisting of low-intensity residential development, equestrian operations, and agricultural uses such as row crops, vineyards, and hay and flower cultivation. Lake Murray Estates is located west of the proposed project site, and the Las Flores Ranch Park is southeast. The adjacent parcels to the north, south, and east are zoned agriculture with an Ag 240 and Ag 2100 zone district. Parcels to the west are zoned Ag 120 and RR10. The project site is comprised of 3 separate parcels, which total approximately 198 acres. APN 129151045 is currently 41. Looks like I have an error on there. Sorry. It's currently 41.02 acres and is developed with a 2,800 square foot metal storage building that is currently permitted as a Tier 1 winery. And this is a picture of the storage building here. APN 129151067, that parcel is 41.02 acres. The acreage is correct on 129151045. It's 13.04 acres. I had those mixed up. Okay, so, and then we have APN 129151068, which is 143.24 acres, and it's currently developed with an existing single-family residence that's currently under construction, and there's a picture of that, and also an agricultural reservoir.
Can you point out?
And an additional approximately 35 acres of vineyard will be planted in the future. Currently, there's 73 acres of planted vineyard on the site.
Ms. Carmichael, would you point out on that that photograph the irrigation pond? I think
Yes.
that's right.
I don't know if you can actually see it
Can you
on
not?
here. You know, actually, this is an older picture before it's,
Oh, it's okay.
but it would be in that area. But this picture was taken before it was actually installed. Okay. So this is an aerial view of the proposed site plan. The proposed winery and farm employee dwellings would be located within the southern portion of the project site area. And access to the site would be provided by an existing driveway that's accessed off of Clark Avenue. The proposed winery would include an 11,442 square foot hospitality building, a 5,120 square feet of wine caves, a 12,233 square foot winery building, and a 6,100 square foot administration building, and then an additional maintenance building, which would be 5,285 square feet. 3 farm employee dwellings would be located along the eastern property line, and the 4th farm employee dwelling, which is known as the ranch manager's residence, would be located in the southeast portion of the site, adjacent to the existing single-family residence. The North Board of Architectural Review has conceptually reviewed the proposed project on 4 separate occasions, and they conducted a site visit on February 27th, 2009. And the BAR has indicated that they are generally supportive of the project's design. However, they would like the applicants to provide some additional retaining wall details when they return in the future for preliminary and final approval, review and approval. So the next slides are going to show the proposed elevations. This is the proposed elevations for the winery building. The winery building would include an area for wine fermentation, lab space, offices, as well as storage space. The administration building is proposed to be 6,100 square feet in size and would include conference rooms and office space. The 11,442 square foot hospitality building would include a barrel storage room, bottling area, retail sales, and a wine tasting room. Farm employee dwellings 1 and 2 are proposed at 1,425 square feet in size. And then the 3rd employee dwelling is proposed at 2,100 square feet in size. And the 4th farm employee dwelling, which is the ranch manager's house, is proposed at 5,300 square feet in size, and it would be located adjacent to the existing single-family residence. A mitigated negative declaration was prepared for the proposed project and circulated for 30 days through the state clearinghouse. During the public review period, comments were received from the California Department of Fish and Game, Air Pollution Control District, as well as Urban Planning Concepts. The comments were addressed in the final mitigated negative declaration with strike-through and underline. The proposed project site area contains approximately 17 acres of maritime chaparral areas, which contain a number of state-listed plant species of special concern. Approximately 1.07 acres of this area would be permanently lost or degraded as a result of grading and field management activities associated with the proposed project. And the areas in question here are outlined in red, shown on the slide. In order to mitigate for these impacts, the applicants agreed to adhere to the agricultural operations exhibit shown on this slide. And this would ensure that future agricultural expansion on site would avoid key sensitive habitats, thereby conserving the remaining habitat on site. No grading or clearing would be allowed in the areas outside of vineyard production areas. Additional mitigation measures applied to the project include buffers between structural development and sensitive communities, fencing during construction, pre-construction surveys, and the implementation of fuel management plans. The existing single-family residence, agricultural reservoir, and storage building are all located outside of sensitive habitat areas. The project site is located within the range of the California tiger salamander, which is listed as endangered in Santa Barbara County. This map shows the surrounding known breeding ponds in the vicinity of the project site area. There is 1 known breeding pond and 2 potential breeding ponds located approximately 1/2 mile north and 1/2 mile east of the property line.
Ms. Carmichael, can you point these out? I can see, are they the
Yes.
ones that are in blue?
Yes, they're in blue. They are shown in blue. And so there's one here, and there's also some that are east this way.
Are there some that are further, are these?
Yeah, they're here. Any of the little
things that are in blue.
dots are the known breeding ponds.
All right, thank you.
Okay. The California Department of Fish and Game reviewed the proposed project and issued a comment letter, which is included in Attachment C of the staff report. And this comment letter was upon reviewing the draft mitigated negative declaration. The letter states that as proposed, the project could result in a take under the California Endangered Species Act. The letter recommends additional protocol level surveys and the obtainment of permits for incidental take. Prior to the release of the draft mitigated negative declaration, an initial field assessment was completed for the proposed project by Hunt and Associates, and their biological consulting service. According to the report, there is a low potential for California tiger salamander to occur on the site due to intervening barriers, intensive agriculture cultivation on the project site and on surrounding parcels, as well as recent brushing and grading that's occurred in the area. Similar conclusions have been reached on 2 other project sites in the immediate vicinity of this site. As a result, staff did not change its conclusion that the proposed project would not be expected to adversely impact the California tiger salamander. The proposed lot line adjustment would adjust the line between 2 of the subject parcels as shown. Upon completion of the lot line adjustment, the proposed winery and 3 of the farm employee dwellings would be located on APN 129-151-068, which would be 66.61 acres. And the ranch manager's residence and the existing single-family dwelling would be located on APN 129-151-067, which would then be 117.65 acres. In conclusion, staff recommends that the Planning Commission make the required findings for the project specified in Attachment A of the staff report, including CEQA findings, adopt the negative declaration and mitigation monitoring program contained in the conditions of approval, and approve the project subject to the conditions included in Attachments B.1, B.2, and B.3. Thank you.
Okay, questions by the commission? No questions at this time, Commissioners? Commissioner Brooks.
Yes, thank you. I have not dealt with caves before. I didn't see anything in the negative deck referring to the caves. Perhaps I missed it, or could you describe to me what is the process for digging caves on property? Thank you.
Madam Chair and Commissioner Brooks, the caves are actually included as part of the grading plan, so it's included in the grading numbers that are in the negative declaration and in the project description. I think in this case, I'd like to have the applicant go ahead and explain the procedure they're going to do for actually constructing the caves. And I think that would be, they could give you the most accurate information.
Ms. Carmichael, in reference to Fish and Game letter, they've indicated that, and I'll read the sentence, although Clark Avenue may act as a barrier to California tiger salamander movement from the 2 ponds north of the project site, the unmapped pond to the east has no discernible physical barrier to CTS migration to this project site. Now, you did not mention anything about this particular sentence or this occurrence in the negative deck. Mr. Hunt did not mention anything about this unmapped pond in his report. Can you speak to that, please? Or Mr. Karamitsos?
Chair Brown, yes, dealing with the tiger salamander issue and coordinating with the Fish and Wildlife Service and now Fish and Game has been an ongoing process. They are absolutely correct in their letter that there is a possibility of take. Their regulatory threshold for violation of the Endangered Species Act is producing a dead individual. And so our threshold is different. It's for the likelihood of impact to the species. And so, getting back to your question, the unmapped pond, it's there, it's not mapped. Our staff biologist, I believe, reviewed the letter and determined that the site specifics here lent us to stay with our original conclusion that the likelihood of impact to the salamander is low, and it remains low. So that's our conclusion.
Okay.
It doesn't, I'm sorry, just to reiterate, it doesn't say that there's no possibility of,
It doesn't change the conclusion.
right.
Okay, all right, fine. Ms. Black?
Madam Chair, just another point. U.S. Fish and Wildlife is the typical agency we deal with on tiger salamander issues, and we did not receive any comment letter from them at all. Right?
Right.
Department of Fish and Game.
No, we typically deal with U.S. Fish and Wildlife,
Oh,
and we did
okay.
not receive a letter
From them. And what would that mean? They had no comment
I
on
think
that?
that
They were satisfied with it? Okay.
That's the implication.
Okay, all right. Any other questions from commissioners? Okay, if not, then we'll move to the applicant, or Ms. Tamura.
Good afternoon. My name is Lori Tamura with Urban Planning Concepts. I'd like to first introduce the party and the team that were here today. First of all, we have the Murphy family. You all want to raise your hand? They're the applicants and the owners of the property. David Swang, senior planner in our office. We have Tom Taylor, the architect, who's here, and he will be part of the presentation. Puck Erickson and Laura Romano are the landscape architects for the project, and Bob Flowers, who's the engineer. And we also have other supporters in the audience. First, I'd like to go through our presentation and then answer any questions the Planning Commission has. As Dana has already presented a very thorough presentation, we'll just restate some of the obvious requirements for a presentation and then go on to the architectural presentation. So if you can go ahead. Again, this is an aerial photograph. It was taken about 2006, 2007 timeframe, and you can see that it's been an active, ongoing operation. All of these fields have been either in row crops, dry farming, or gladiolas since the mid-'80s, and then transitioning to vineyards. This is the Orchid Community Plan influence just immediately to the west. This property is not in the community plan area. Go ahead. And then we're actually in the rural area of the county planning areas with the zoning designations at AG 140 or AG 240. Go ahead. Again, the history of the project talks about conversion slowly from grazing to crops. And then we went, many people saw gladiolas being planted on this property over the 90s, and then a transition into vineyards. And in 2008, the property was purchased by the Murphy family, and ultimately they bought the 13 acres in the front from Adamo. Application was submitted in November of 2008. Deemed complete in February 2009. Again, we had a number of Board of Architecture review meetings, including one that involved doing a model of the site to illustrate how the winery production, caves, and hospitality building were going to interact. We did conduct a site visit with the Board of Architecture review in February of '09. I think that was very instrumental in understanding the property. And then we conducted the environmental review through Dana's work through 2009 and 2010. We want to point out the existing uses on the property. We have the Tier 1 winery. Again, that was a building that was part of the purchase from Adamo, and we permitted that under the county's process. And if you did take the opportunity to go out to the site visit, there were barrels. You could see it's actually being used, and it's been very successful. The main reason why they push to get the Tier 1 as early as possible is because they want to put an estate vineyard winery label on their bottles, and you bottle and produce the winery on site. We did get the permit for the reservoir. That was an important element for this, and again, they use the water for frost control and also for irrigation. We have ongoing grapes being planted on the site, and again, this illustration mirrors what Dana had put on the site earlier as those areas that have already been agreed to as far as future planting for vineyards. And then the permitted residence that's under construction, and the driveway that comes up and serves the house. The proposed uses, again, as Dana discussed, fall into several different permits. The winery facility is under the development plan process that we have here for Tier 3. It includes a number of things, going up to 50,000 cases, the entertainment element. We do have a commercial kitchen, want to make that on the record early on. We are planning amplified music, bring that up early on. And so the conditions that are outlined in this project detail those elements. It also includes the cave feature and the crush facility, and then also the administration building. The winery building and the hospitality are tied together with the connection of the caves from the winery to the hospitality building, and we'll provide more explanation of that through the architect's presentation. It's important for a facility of this size to provide some employee housing on site. So we have our cluster down here, the 3 units, and then also the ranch manager's quarters up at the top of the hill. And then the lot line adjustment is also part of this application. What I'd like to do right now is invite Suzanne and Matt Murphy up here for a few minutes to talk about their family.
Commissioner Chair
Hi.
Brown.
Hi, welcome.
Commissioners, hello.
Go.
How's that? I'm Suzanne Murphy. This is my son, Matt. And you all have had a lot of details about this project already, and I thought rather than more specific details about our project, that we might give you some idea of how we came to be in Santa Maria. Well, it was the Pinot Noir from this region that brought us here. My husband, Madison, and I were partners in a winery in Santa Maria. And during the summers of Matt's college years, he came and worked at the winery. He also worked at several wineries in Napa. So it was over a glass of Pinot Noir from this region that we put our heads together and we thought, I think it's a great idea to build our own winery, to start our own business. So that's how we came here. Our winery, Presqu'île Winery, is owned and operated by our family, and we have a long history, a century-long history of sustainable forestry, agriculture, and conservation. So we bring an affinity to the land, to this project. Presqu'île is a Creole word for almost an island. This place, Presqu'île, was on the Gulf Coast in Mississippi, actually, that was a gathering place for our family for generations. In 2005, Hurricane Katrina destroyed this property, ending an era. So we decided to name our winery in honor of this beloved place of ours. So that was a very abbreviated version of how we came here, how the winery got its name. But I would like to say, along with the bricks and mortar of this project, we are very excited about starting a viable business here in this community. And I think Matt would like to speak to that.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, I'd just like to add that my wife Amanda and my brother Jonathan and I are proud to call Santa Maria and Santa Barbara County our home. And we are looking forward to being a continued part of the community here and positively contributing to Santa Maria and Santa Barbara County in general. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We'd like to bring up the architect, Tom Taylor, to go over the details of the project itself.
Hi, my name's Tom Taylor, Taylor Lombardo Architects. We were we're fortunate enough to be brought into this project because of our previous experience with wineries, mostly in Northern California. When I first saw the site, the 200 acres out there, our first task was to locate the buildings, and I was part of the master planning team. And we spent a great deal of time on the site trying to find locations for each building based upon unique characteristics of the site and the needs for each of the buildings. There is already a lot of agriculture on the project, and so we wanted to put our buildings on the edge of the agriculture and find unique locations to take advantage of the views, because there are several different views that make this site unique. Rather than having the buildings located toward the front of the site like a billboard, instead we wanted to create a destination to really create a full experience for the visitor. There's been some questions about the use of the caves in the project, and so I'd like to use this slide as a diagram to, can I borrow that? Thank you. The model is quite helpful here too. I don't know if you had a chance to look at this. But basically, a visitor would arrive at this area which is on the edge of the vineyard. This is the lowest elevation of the winery complex. It's connected by caves that go underground underneath this knoll, and the winery is on the top of the hill. So grapes would come in. They'd be it's an estate winery, so they'd be coming from the site itself. They'd be delivered at this loop road, crushed and fermented in the upper levels of the winery, and then by a gravity feed production all the way down into the caves. And so the visitor experience would come in through the caves, up into the winery, and then they'd be able to follow the path of the wine back down into the hospitality center. This is the hospitality building site. It's at the base of the hill on the edge of the vineyard. It also provides one of the entrances to the caves. You'd be drawn into the caves from as you visit the hospitality building. It's sheltered from the wind and from views off the site, but it still is in a location where it picks up its own views, both to the mountains and some coastline views. Site plan of the hospitality building. Visitors would arrive into an auto court, enter the building, a tasting area, and then a direct connection to the cave. There's a substantial terrace area and a lawn that would serve for outdoor events. The hospitality building would include this tasting area, private dining areas, a wine lab, and then admin area, and a small amount of barrel storage area that supplements the barrel storage that would be in the caves. The design of the winery is meant to be a more modern interpretation of California agricultural buildings. It's intended to be streamlined, low in profile, but airy and spacious on the inside, with lots of indoor-outdoor spaces. We're taking advantage of like moving walls and large glass openings and pocket doors, so that the visitor can really take advantage of the indoor-outdoor experience. The winery building itself is located at the top of the hill in an area that was already disturbed by some of the previous uses of the property. It occupies a location that takes advantage of some tremendous views, both to the coastline and to the mountains, while still being at an elevation that's low enough that it's not noticeably visible from any place outside of the property. The building itself is partially below grade, and as an entry, you'd come up through a grove of producing olive trees. That would be a second agricultural use for the property. The building itself is 3 levels, and in order to best facilitate the gravity flow processing, this would be the fermentation level where the tanks are stored, and we'd have a press that's at a lower elevation that would allow the crushed grapes, fermented grapes, to gravity flow into the press and then flow down into the caves. This is a receiving level. You come in, we have an indoor area that is used for processing, which is kind of unusual, but it gives them better quality control that way. And a roof terrace that is connected directly to the caves. So a visitor would come in through the caves and take an elevator all the way up into this roof terrace. This is the cave plan. It shows how the hospitality building is connected directly to the underneath the winery, and then with a vertical shaft that's both a stairway and an elevator that would take you up into the fermentation building. The design of the winery, the exterior materials are similar to the hospitality building. Low roof lines, tight to the hillside, and a shape where the form follows the function of the needed spaces inside of the building. The admin building is located adjacent to the fermentation building in an area that was previously a gladiolus, and it really probably is in one of the key view locations of the site. It would be, we'd have a pond adjacent to the building. The pond right here that'll be used for both irrigation and also for fire protection storage. One-story building, very simple, allow flexibility for possible expansion to meet the needs of the winery as it grows. This building is, because it sits on top of the hill, it's extremely low profile, low pitched roofs, a lot of glass to take advantage of the views. And then a ranch manager residence is close to the winery, but far enough away so that there'd still be some privacy. It's again in an area that was previously disturbed by the agricultural use. It's a one-story building with extensive outdoor areas, again taking advantage of indoor-outdoor space in the design of the building. A walled garden so that there's privacy from the winery building and the truck traffic for delivery of the grapes. It's a little bit more traditional in its design than the winery buildings themselves, in a manner that we feel would bring a little bit of an instant history to the project, as though this was a property that was held for many years and evolved over time. Similar materials, though. We'd have wood siding, a zinc-colored metal roof, and extensive use of local stone for walls and garden walls. And employee housing is located at the bottom of the hill, more toward the north west portion of the site. Nestled down into the trees, this is not actually where the buildings would sit. The buildings are sitting on the edge so that they'd be in an area that wouldn't be highly visible from the winery and still give the employees a sense of privacy. This is the existing agriculture area. Would be a new road to access these buildings and additional landscaping to screen them from the hospitality building. The employee housing buildings they're very simple. They're of the style of a what you might find in a California ranch, but still pretty nice places to live on a really great site. Right. Simple shapes, wood siding again. A reduced circulation with the overall design because we're using the same path for the wine to travel as we'd be using for the visitors to travel.
Okay, anybody else? No? Okay, great, all right. Back to Mr.
I had
Miller.
just one
Thank
question.
you.
Just one
Oh,
question.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, just before. I noticed in the farm manager's home there.
Very carefully with the existing vegetation and edges of agricultural operations to find places where we could have minimal grading and relatively very low impacts to the maritime chaparral plant communities. There's also in the sort of lower right-hand corner of the property, if you're looking at the map, yeah, I guess my finger doesn't work, does it? There's a really wonderful oak woodland in that area that we're staying out of completely. The original loop road that went up to the top of the property, we've been working with Bob Flower's office and actually developed a new path up to the property that completely eliminated a very large section of the loop that we would have had to widen the road for the fire department, and that would have created much greater impacts to the vegetation as well. In terms of our approach to the plant palette for the project, we did sort of look at each area and try and respond to and sort of resonate with what was already existing in that part of the site. For instance, where the employee housing, the 3 employee units are being proposed, they sort of back up to a smaller oak grouping and are sited in a way that is a little more shaded and protected. And so that plant palette tends to reflect more of that kind of thing, native coffee berry, some of the Arctostaphylos that can take the shade. And as we go up to the winery complex, especially around hospitality and admin, where we're, producing olives, we are transitioning into a more Mediterranean and fire-resistant plant palette around those buildings. And then in what we would call the fuel management zone and revegetation areas, we are, I think it was mentioned that one of the requirements was to create buffers between the existing plant communities and our proposed development. And that's where we will be using plants like the Parissima
Arctostaphylos, and other natives. We're also working with Carol Bornstein, who was formerly with the Santa Barbara Botanic Garden, and she's reviewing all of our plant palettes and plans as we develop them. So, any other questions?
Okay, no,
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, Mr. Moore, you finished your presentation?
Yes, and I'd like to just say, we've worked very hard with the county staff and the different departments on this project. As the report indicates, we're consistent with county policies, and we've gone through the conditions of approval, and we're here hoping to request the approval of the project and moving on with the production of winery.
Okay, great.
And thank you.
Okay, if there are no other commissioner questions, I'll open up the public hearing portion, and I have one speaker, Jim Stolberg.
Good afternoon. My name is Jim Stolberg. A little bit of my background, I'm with Maverick Farming and also Hampton Farming. I grew up here in Santa Maria and currently manage wine grapes in the area and also on this site. A couple things I'll touch on that haven't been touched on are our farming practices on this site are sustainable, and we are applying for the highest sustainable approval that the state offers at this point, which goes along with what the Murphys mentioned on their interests in how we farm this vineyard. Also, on a little broader spectrum, I'd like to bring up the point that this is an opportunity for the county to use grapes that are grown in this county and produce wine from those grapes. We all know about the recent UCSB economic impact and how they mentioned that that's something that's very important for the long-term economics of the county. And I think this is a very good example of what could be approved and a development project that will take care of those aspects. And also I'd like to say I think this location serves for a great potential to be another corridor to the Santa Maria Valley and the wine tasting and the tourism to that Santa Maria Valley and the other wineries that are still in that area. If you have any questions, please let me know.
Commissioner Cooney.
Mr. Stolberg, the types of grapes that are growing there or plan to grow there are what?
Currently in production is Pinot Noir. In the non-producing stages, year 2 and year 3 on that site, we have Sauvignon Blanc, more Pinot Noir, Chardonnay, Syrah, and Nebbiolo, all varieties that are well suited to the site, and again play into the winery's objectives to be an estate bottled, where we can provide different wines from this site to show the characteristics that are known in the Santa Maria Valley.
So when it's completely planted, what percentage would be Pinot Noir?
I would say roughly 15%, 20%.
Oh, that little?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
You spoke about sustainable practices. Does that include organic?
It's a component of the sustainable certification we are applying for, yes.
Oh, are you? Wow. So that's quite extensive, is it not?
It is.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah, it's definitely an up and coming part of grape growing practices, and the new program that we are applying for is called the SIP program. It's through the Central Coast Vineyard Team. It's a statewide project. So.
Well, it's good to see you doing that. I applaud you for doing that. That's great. Any other commissioners have questions? No, the speaker? No? Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Then I'm going to close the public hearing and bring it back to the commission for questions. Any further questions? And I have, okay, Commissioner Blau.
I just have some comments about the two conditions that we talked about, the earlier project. I'd like to hear about Lori's other conditions that she would like to discuss, so I can have the questions for staff. The two conditions, I'm not sure you heard Mr. Moore earlier, but one was the hours of operation are not correct in the report. It's going to be from 8 to 5 unless modified by the county through some other ordinance. Construction hours have to do with noise. And the other one is the elimination of the landscape installation bond. And then I'm also curious about if we actually need a maintenance bond for this one as well. This, none of the landscaping that's going to be seen in this project is in the public view unless you're on the property. And I just question the need for a 3-year bond for maintenance of the landscaping.
I would think that some, excuse me, I think some of that might be important, particularly if they're going to do sort of some replacement plantings for some of the maritime chaparral, that you may want to have that to ensure that that's. So I think that might be critical for that.
I could go along with that, but the installation, again, is my
Right.
particular big issue, that we don't need to do that.
Right.
So I would like the chair to query Ms. Demore about the other staff,
Okay.
other conditions that are problematic.
I have a question. Mr. Swank in his letter indicated about the fencing, the buffer, in the, one of the conditions of approval for this CUP, and I presume it's repeated for the other portions of the project. The fencing is 25. Can we change that to 30? That's what I guess the applicants requested. Is that not the case?
Correct.
Okay, that's to me the same as the fire department. That's the only thing I saw.
Correct.
That's 7 in the CUP. I don't know, there's so many different conditions here. That may be 30 instead of 25.
Commissioner Brown, Commissioner Blau, I caught some of the questions that you had in regards to the conditions, so I'll try to respond to the ones I heard, and then we can fill those in. The first one you asked about was the timing for the construction.
Right, it's under the noise, I think, where the construction hours, in here it says 7 to 4 p.m.
Mhm.
The actual, I think we discovered the actual one for agriculture is 8 to 5 p.m., but they were adding another paragraph in there. Should the county modify those construction hours through some other ordinance, the new one would apply. So you wouldn't be stuck with having, a county ordinance over here that says these hours and your condition approval says these hours. They'll be
Gotcha.
consistent if there's a change.
Okay.
And the other one was elimination of your requirement to bond for the installation of landscaping. You're not going to have a requirement to bond for it.
Okay, thank you very much. In response to the other conditions that we were talking about and dealing with and listening to the other winery projects that were before us earlier, what we talked with Doug Anthony before the break, or before the project started, is that if you look at the conditions of approval in the project description, there really isn't a definition for the hospitality building itself. So what we had looked at was what the hospitality definition was for the Roblar, what was Royal Oaks at one time, the Roblar Vineyard. And I know that staff has since been working on wording. I don't know if we have a final version yet that we could read into the record to detail what the hospitality building consists of.
Mr. Karamitsos or Mr. Anthony?
Chair Brown, I wouldn't call it a final version, but it's a working
Okay.
statement. I'll read what I can off of this, if it's the right time. The hospitality building would consist of a 11,442 square foot. That would be the overall size, including 2,500 square feet of a tasting room, 4,500 square foot barrel storage, 4,500 square foot of offices and commercial kitchen. The use of the commercial kitchen would be limited to, and we'll want to be as precise as we can be with this.
Thank you.
So permitted special events, 2 exempt non-commercial activities, and you'd want to give some clarity to what that is, and then 3, the intent here would be to talk about preparation of food items which are clearly incidental and subordinate to the tasting of wine. Then the private dining areas shall not be used in conjunction with wine tasting activities, but limited to items 1 and 2 above. And then finally, and we didn't talk about this, but we need to identify tasting room hours to provide clarity on that component of the project also.
Well, let me ask you, for tasting room hours, generally what, 10 to 5? Would you like to make some recommendations? Yeah, 10 to 5.
What I experience in wine tasting, 10 to 5 works throughout the winter time. Usually they'll go a little bit longer in the summer.
10 to
So we may have 10 to 5 during, from September till April, and then May through August, probably 10 to 6 or 10 to 7.
I'm just wondering if we're setting some sort of precedent by doing 10 to 7. I think it's.
Yeah.
I don't think we want to do that.
Madam Chair,
Yeah,
based
Mr.
on weekend experience, I think 6 would be your outer limit.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
And we need to address those other issues.
Well, yes, and again, just to reiterate, I think it's clear that we want to specify that food sales aren't part of the winery.
Okay.
The food is in conjunction with the experience of wine tasting, and then, of course, the special events, but those are limited.
Okay. Do we need to take some time, or do you need to take some time to craft some language?
Yeah, if we could take 5 minutes or
Yes,
so.
let's, unless there are any commission questions before we do that, Commissioner Blau? No. Okay, then let's just take a 5-minute break, or how much time you need to craft that. We need 10, okay,
I
10.
didn't see my light again.
I'm sorry,
That's
you know, thank you. Yeah, do you have something you want to add?
Okay,
thank you.
we can do
Okay,
that
we'll do
over
that.
here on the
Thank you.
side. Thank you.
Condition 1 to the project.
Okay, Chair Brown, we met during the break with the applicant
Okay.
and their representatives, and then based on that, have input some revised condition language to condition of approval number 1 for the development plan. And this would be a paragraph that would be inserted directly after the winery operations paragraph in that condition. And we can read it, or however you'd like to proceed.
Anybody have questions?
You'll note that there's a couple blanks in there, and there, as I mentioned earlier, there's is some ambiguity in some of the language that I
Well,
would
that's,
hope we-
one of my questions is exempt non-commercial activities. What does that mean?
Okay, that would range from the property owner or an employee cooking something for themselves to eat.
Would that mean a party for the staff? They
I'm
want
in-
good cooking? How?
Well, I'm also interpreting that as a charitable event that wouldn't qualify as a special event. I don't know if that's something that you're further limiting here. And your example, yeah, is something that's the use for the people on site.
Commissioner Blau.
It's pretty clear to me that language is okay. What you don't want to have happen is daily food sales like you would see in a restaurant. And I think that does it.
And you see that as the first part of that sentence.
Right.
Preparation of food items which are incidental and subordinate to the tasting of wine. So you could construe that as the food would be sold with the wine, or only sold, you could pair it with the wine. What I'm looking for is some clarity, so that if staff ever has to have an enforcement issue, that it's clear to them what is allowed and what is not.
Understood. You wouldn't need the commercial kitchen to serve, and I'm not trying to be facetious, but saltine crackers, to open
No,
up a box
I-
of crackers and.
I get that right.
Rather than the separate food sales, how about typical restaurant food?
Yes, that's.
If we just said typical shall not be used for typical restaurant food sales, but, and then go on and say, shall be limited to preparation with special events, da-da-da-da-da-da.
Well, I don't think you have to say anything after it. Just
No, I think that's what's appropriate.
not a restaurant, you just don't want it to be a restaurant other than that. There's 50 things you could say that you don't want it to be.
More?
Well,
Ms. Black.
Madam Chair, I think it's pretty clear that selling food separate from the wine tasting experience is
Not
not permitted by the ordinance. So however you want to convey that, I mean, I wouldn't expect to see a menu. I wouldn't expect to see food sales separate from
Right.
wine tasting.
A special event could be considered as a pairing with wine, where come for a brunch, a lunch, it's a wine pairing, no. I'm just trying to make sure that it's clear.
I think it really has to be food that's incidental to wine tasting. So to me, brunch isn't incidental to wine tasting, lunch isn't incidental to wine tasting. Maybe a small tapas with an individual
I get
taste
that.
of wine
Does-
is, but not, it's not a meal.
No,
mean,
I
don't think we're
understand that, but
intending
does
for-
that,
Yeah, does it cover it? I don't know.
yes, that's what I'm looking for.
Madam Chair, I would have just said the commercial kitchen shall not be used for separate food sales such as a restaurant, breakfast, lunch, and dinner, period. And I think that would cover it. It would say what you're not planning not to do. And you don't have to show all the other options
Well,
of
that-
possibilities.
Then that would limit wine pairings with food. Commissioner Cooney.
Oh, I really hate to jump into this.
Yeah, I would.
Please do.
But I think the most ambiguous of the three clauses is the second one, exempt non-commercial activities.
Right.
We could debate what fits in that, and almost any service of food could be considered exempt if it's employees. I think if you just use 1 and 3, you've really got basically what we're trying to get at, which would eliminate restaurant-type food service menus, all the things that Ms. Black has indicated. And what we're, I think, aiming for are some guidelines for future projects that can use this project as an example of what we're talking about in terms of food service. So it does merit some care, and I would invite staff to spend more time and effort to refine the language over time, but for purposes of this project, if we eliminate 2 and have 1 and 3, I think we've got the 2 essential ideas.
Madam Chair, maybe just inserting, for my own enforcement comfort, inserting the words after, shall not be used for separate food service, and then in parens, restaurant or separate meal service. Because I think that's really what we're getting at, is we don't want this to be used to support a restaurant, and we aren't intending for it to be really a separate meal service, with or without wine. That's not really the intent.
Okay. Commissioner Blau?
And just for the record, but that would not, I would agree with Commissioner Cooney, I agree with Ms. Black, but I want to make it clear that they could obviously use it for their employees, and guests and so forth. I mean, if you had family guests there, or you
Oh,
had
right.
those kind of
I don't
things. What we're talking about is we just so they have all those opportunities. Okay.
Okay.
And again, as I understand it, charitable events are exempt, so that if we were doing a winemaker's dinner for the YMCA,
Right.
generate something like that, that would be
It would be-
allowed, and there would be no problem with that.
I think it would be governed really under the special event kind of clause,
Right.
as opposed to the
So
arrest.
I think that's fine.
Do we, then, is there a consensus from the commission eliminating number 2 and clarifying with Ms. Black's language after food sales? I think, adding some language.
Good for me.
Okay, all right.
Okay, we've got a I'm sorry to belabor this, but we've got a second
Okay,
slide
good.
here. This addresses the tasting room hours and the special event hours.
Did we not see in all these other listings that special events are 11, beginning at 11 a.m. rather than 10? From under wineries? Is it 10? Okay. I just want to make sure that we're not setting, we're not opening the door to something which others don't.
Yeah,
Okay, fine.
yeah.
Okay.
Madam Chair, the ordinance does say
At 10.
10 a.m. with amplified
Fine.
sound to end by 10 p.m.
Fine.
and cleanup to occur
Okay.
by 11.
Okay, all right.
So with that, I'd like to go back and make those changes so that we can see them.
Okay,
Maybe you can continue
okay,
some other discussion,
All
but
right.
we'll bring this back up in just 1 minute.
okay. Any other comments? Commissioner Valencia, this is, I believe, in the 4th District. Maybe you'd like to start off while they're changing this language.
Madam Chair, I think I've heard all the comments and all the concerns of all the council members. I think I'm really ready to make a motion to see this project go forward, so.
Okay.
I don't see any other.
Okay.
or-
I'll second that.
Well, let's hear them.
We haven't made the motion yet.
Yeah, yeah.
Or meal service.
We'll make the motion then, well, the language,
Okay,
all right?
whatever.
I make the required findings for the project specified in attachment A of the staff report, including the CEQA findings, and that we adopt the negative declaration and adopt the mitigation monitoring program contained in the conditions of approval as changed and modified at this meeting, and we approve 08 DVP 0 string 32, subject to the conditions included in attachment as B1, approve 08 CUP 0 string 74, subject to the conditions included as attachment B.2, and approve 08 LLA 0 string 16, subject to the conditions included as attachment B.3, and all changes included at this meeting.
Okay, so the changes would be the revisions to condition 1 of the project description, the noise, the landscape installation bond, the change on the fencing buffer from 25 to 30 throughout wherever those conditions that may exist.
Yeah, we
And-
got that. the
And
noise
construction, I
Yeah.
think that's it.
That's right, that would be conditions 1, project description, condition 8, fencing, condition 20, construction noise, condition 41, bonding, landscape bonding.
And the buffer.
The buffer was the condition 8.
But that's 7 in the conditions of,
Oh,
so in the
and,
CUP, it's, you gotta
and
go through.
associated conditions in the other permit.
Correct, right, okay. All right, Ms. Van Mullen, we're all on track here, we've got everything, okay. All right, and I think we had the motion, we had the second. Any further discussion? Okay. All those in favor of the,
Roll.
okay, we'll have Ms. Rodriguez call the roll.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Brooks,
Aye.
Commissioner Cooney,
Aye.
Commissioner Valencia,
Aye.
Commissioner Blau,
Aye.
Commissioner Brown.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Great. Thank you very much. There you have your project. Thank you for all involved, and this concludes our hearing for the day.